Alright, everything looks and sounds okay, so let's get it underway. This is a review of all the games that I played in 2025. It is now, for the benefit of those in the super space future, it is now January the 1st, 2026. So, all the games that I can remember having played this year, and the general rule is it goes on this list if I played it in 2025 and I have not reviewed it previously. There are also some that I missed from the year before, like Lemmings if you call that. This also does not include my extensive list of erotic games that I played this year. The list would have to be about twice as long. I'm not even joking there, but this is not the time or the place for that. We'll start it off with a game about digging a hole. It absolutely lived up to what the name says there. You just start out with your little trowel, you start digging in your wee garden, and you sell the things that you dig up to earn money, and use that to invest in better tools for digging a bigger hole. It's a really satisfying loop. The problem, though, is it doesn't really go anywhere with it. You dig down, and you come into this big cavernous area full of flesh-eating mutant things, and you find a chest and the game just promptly ends. There's not a lot of payoff for what you've done. But for about an hour, it's a fairly enjoyable experience, so I've got no problem putting you up there in good. For any game that deserves it, we can jump into Steam and have a look and see what it's about, but I think I've pretty aptly covered everything there is to say about the game about digging a hole. Where is the arrow? That'll be for the after-hours stream, I think. How about ASA, a space adventure? One of those first-person point-and-clicky games. Wasn't offensively bad and wasn't terrifically good. I really don't have much to say about the game at all. It's space, a theme that's not very great with me, and the puzzles... There's a reason I only played it for an hour or two. So, just shove you up in just okay. Kind of Myst-like, if that's your kind of game. So certainly not so much for me. How about you, RZ? Oh, RZ is an interesting one, so I do want to bring you up on Steam. Is what I'd say if I had it here. I do have it here. Very good. Bring it up, please. I've got a bad habit of leaving Steam covering the stream, so I need to remember to take you off. So yes, if you're familiar with CDI Zelda, this one is very much inspired by it. The layout here even looks like Morshu's shop. So it was charming in that regard, but it also very much channeled the CDI Zelda energy of just not being very good. It was also kind of grindy. You had to go back through levels, like all the way through levels, to grab items needed for progression. I never finished it, and I never felt particularly compelled to go and finish it. So is it okay, or is it good? No, there's no way I'd put that up in good, I reckon. You're okay, and that's your lot. How about this detective mystery game, the ABC Murders? I've gone back and forth on this one. It left a poor taste in my mouth, but at the time I seem to recall not having a bad time. So I'm conflicted between poor and just okay. Getting a bit of a trend in the just okays here. Everything is sorted in alphabetical order, so it's not like this is done in any other order, really. No, it's gonna go in just okay. I certainly don't want to leave it not played enough. I already beat the game. I don't want to play through it again. But it was fairly unremarkable in a lot of ways. I think Blobber and Miss Morgan really enjoyed it, if I recall, and I was racing their time. I felt good about beating it, but let's not have that reflect on whether or not the game was good or bad. Ages of Conflict. What an exception of a game. I normally never play or stream early access games, but my argument is that I don't play Ages of Conflict, you do. I just get to watch. If you haven't seen it around here, then how about I bring it up? Ages of Conflict. Don't even know where I heard about this game. It's just not even a sandbox. It's more like a screensaver, frankly. You just set up the world with the nations, or just have one of these historical setups, and then you watch them just duke it out. It is a bit satisfying for a short while, but the problems with it kind of come to light when we play it for any length of time, because I play it by putting in chatters into the game, which is kind of cool. But it becomes a bit of a slog, and it's nothing but random dice roll. There's nothing here that's necessarily going to mean that China mogs Mongolia here. It's a big dice roll between who gets what stats in the battle. So the back and forth is fun for about 10 minutes, and then it just becomes, okay, come on, wrap it up. But of course, it's in early access, so you've always got that idea of, oh, maybe they'll add this, maybe they'll improve this. But, I have to measure up games about what they're even bringing to the table here. It's not like this is a game that I'm going to judge harshly for its lack of story. So I got no problem slamming that thing up in good. It is a good bit of fun for when I just want to watch the world burn, or hedge my bets on who's going to come out. But of course, the real joy is putting in chatters to fight for VIP or prizes or just for glory. We all know you loved it because it's your easiest stream material yet. Now, believe it or not, I stream for my own enjoyment, so something just being easy stream material isn't necessarily good because it's still time being spent on something that I should be enjoying. And if I'm not, then there better be a damn good reason for it, like it being a punishment game. Oh, speaking of, freaking Army Men. What an awful, heinous experience playing this was. It wasn't even that easy to get running, just a really, really awful RTS. Buggy, janky, kept breaking, horrifically difficult. If you get halfway through the mission and you don't have enough resources, you're just going to get obliterated. Oh, I had an absolutely miserable time playing Army Men. And I think it was a mistake. So I was told to play this by Commissar Maddock, who is a huge RTS boffin. Oh, he loves them, even though whenever he streams them, he keeps going on about how much he hates them. He's subjecting himself once again to 800%. They are billions, God knows why. He told me to play Army Men, but I think he meant another game. There was another Army Men game that he wanted me to play, and I picked up the wrong one. There was something like that, God knows. Point is, whatever this horrible experience was, it belongs down truly awful and shall not be touched since. Ooh, but here's something that wasn't awful. As Dusk Falls. Oh, let's bring that one up on Steam. Come on. Back to library. Give me As Dusk Falls. 6 hours I'll never get back. 6 hours I don't want back. So this is one of those games that I jumped into. Wait, what? Come on, Steam. You know I was born in 1903. It hasn't asked me that in ages. Why is it doing it now? Why did I even pick this up? Right, that's right. I was watching Blobber stream a little bit of this, and I thought, hey, you know what? This looks so bad, it's bad. I want to stream it just for the joy of, it's like sitting down and watching a bad movie for the heck of it. And that's very apt, because you really do just watch this game. There's very little gameplay of it. And I gotta say, really compelling experience. I walked away having had a great time. The story is complete hokey hogwash, full of contrived situations to drive the plot. Everything happens because people are bafflingly stupid. I don't really want to spoil the story here. Also, I do a very poor job of showing it, but it's very unintentionally hilarious, especially these two. Oh, I'm sorry, but it should be a wife's honor to die for her husband. Yeah, of course we let her bleed out. Oh, God, absolute teen drama in this. Anyway, it was very painful in a lot of ways, but I came away with a huge smile on my face. It was good. Hell, it was better than good. No, I actually had a great time with it. I had such a good time with it that I fired it up to play through it and see some more scenes in it. However, it had this really, really critical issue that knocks it down back to good. See, when I have one of these choices matter story-driven games, I want to go and explore more of it. I fire it up and I want to jump through the timeline. Completely impossible in As Dusk Falls. You got to start over all over again. Everything is unskippable. And that quality of life lacking severely knocks it down. It's a game, right? I'm not watching a movie. And even if I was watching a movie, I could skip forward. DVD chapter selection, fast forward on the tape. None of that available here. You gotta go through it. It's slow, it's laborious. I ended up just watching the scenes that I wanted to see on YouTube or on other people's runs to satisfy my curiosity there. So yes, fatal flaw for you as Dusk Falls. I know all the games out there just want to appeal to me and me only, and you failed at this one simple task of being a game. Lucky put it high as well. What, Lucky played this? Oh man, I need to see that. Ooh, Backpack Battles, what a game. I forget when or why I even picked it up. It was early on in the year. Yeah, why did I pick this up? God knows. In any case, we've seen plenty of it on the stream already. You have a backpack, you fill it full of items, you engage in violence, and then you try to win. It has some things that let it down, but it was absolutely a very compelling experience. I enjoyed it a whole lot. I played it for... Oh, actually, let's get our numbers on that. How long, Steam, did I play Backpack Battles for? No, not Backpack Hero. 96.5 hours. Whew. We do not rate anything based on the amount of hours I played on it, but I don't need to check that number to say that this game was great. Had some things that kind of let it down. Although the DeviantArt style I did find rather charming, the animations were a bit lacking, and I gotta hand it to this game for diversity and representation. There are not enough games that feature violence towards women, but this game has it. It just doesn't have it very visceral, you know, throwing pots and pans at people while they're not bleeding and bruising. Still though, it was great fun, but it ran its course for me. After playing it for almost 100 hours, I'd seen everything I'd wanted to see, and there really didn't feel like there was the kind of Slay the Spire endless playing payoff, because who you're fighting against is just random. Slay the Spire has this great fun of, ooh, I need to prepare for Writhing Mass, or Awaken One, or Gremlinob. Backpack Battles is just make the strongest build you can, and there's no thinking beyond that, because you don't know what you're fighting. You don't know if you're going to fight somebody who's using dolls with reversed frozen wands against you, or somebody that's built a trash build that can't stand up to anything. So it lacks that little bit that would absolutely make it amazing. If it had that kind of Slay the Spire-esque polish and attention to detail, yeah, it would go up. Still being developed, I believe they're adding another character, but that wouldn't be enough to bring me back. I think I have had my fill with this game. There's also something that feels a bit samey about it. I feel like you gravitate toward the same builds in that, in the way that you don't in, say, Slay the Spire, which is a comparison I often go towards when it comes to roguelites. Because, yeah, Slay the Spire, absolute gold standard. Ah, Baron Von Owen, welcome. He's saying this is just what he needs for his post-New Year's Eve recovery. Well, do enjoy. Ooh, I was just talking about Backpack Hero. Who would have thought putting these things in alphabetical order would have them next to each other? So Backpack Hero is a game that I played in my own time. This was not on stream. Perhaps I can even bring it up, because if it's not been on stream, that's all the more reason to explain what's going on. So I picked this up largely because I'd played Backpack Battles, and I saw it and went, ooh, another game about arranging a backpack. I enjoyed it in one game, will I enjoy it in another? And I did enjoy it. There are quite a few things to like about this game. The dungeon crawling is a bit short for a long time. It takes a while for it to open up. You just go through 3 floors, and one of them's just a boss floor. So you don't get this fun of putting your build together. But then the game evolves once you do enough steps. And then there's a lot more to go through, bigger challenges, more enemies. The pacing's a bit off, but I rather enjoyed that. What I really enjoyed was not the furry little creatures, right? I'm not into that kind of thing, but I am into this kind of thing. You build this village Dark Cloud style. You got to build up the resources, you got to place down the houses for the people to live in. People want certain things, so you give it to them, and they'll give you meta progression. I generally hate meta progression, but in this game it feels more well-deserved, and it fits the narrative as well. You're trying to save your mother, which is why you're going dungeon diving. So every time you go down, you come back with more resources to throw into the village that was burned down by some horrible force. I forget exactly what. And it just feels good, right? The building up of power through meta progression actually feels good in this game, and didn't leave me wanting to do what I normally do in these kinds of games, is just go and edit myself to unlock everything. And I hate that whole, beat one ascension level, you can go on to the next, rinse and repeat 80 times. And it's really fun rearranging your backpack, because in this game, you use the items a lot. Things that go in your backpack are often not there forever. It's, it's a grenade that you need to throw for an upcoming attack, or food that you need to eat to sustain. It was good fun. Was it great fun, though? It's a tough call, though. Good or great? Good or great? You know what? I found myself having less fun with it than Backpack Battles. I found myself having less fun with it than As Dusk Falls, but Dusk Falls had that pretty big pitfall, which Backpack Hero doesn't have. So it's certainly a good game. with a game about digging a hole being the trailblazer for good, it doesn't seem like that big of a compliment for a game to shove it in there. But no, I recommend Backpack Heroes. Just to recommend Backpack Battles even more, but they're different kinds of games. I tried this game, says Classic Frog. It looked fun, but after a moment of gameplay, it took me village building, and I was instantly uninstalling Nope. Wow. I didn't think we had people with such bad taste around here. It evoked a lot of memories of Dark Cloud for me, and whilst Dark Cloud is a very, very painful dungeon diving game, the city building aspect and the way it merged with the game, I found rather sublime. Bat to the Heavens. If you've played Getting Over It, that frustration platformer game, well, not even platformer, it's just like that. You're this little anime urchin, you have a bat, you strike the ground with the bat in order to propel yourself up through the level. That's not my kind of game. I got it because it looked kind of charming, and I wondered if it was going to do anything new with the genre of frustration platforming, if we can call it that. It didn't really, but it was a charming enough game. I couldn't hate it, and the tech for moving around was quite interesting. It was okay. I certainly couldn't put you down in poor chings. I am being very generous to the games this year. Am I in a good mood or something? No, I stand by what I've said here so far. Plus, it's in alphabetical order, so it's we could have a lot of crap settling at the bottom here. Calmus comes in and says, "Hi, Jake and chat. Happy New Year. Wishing you all a great year." Well, that's very nice, but on the other hand, yeah, well, what's the alternative? Would you really come around and say, "I hope you have a foul year," so that all your other years seem better in comparison? Yeah, that's what we could go with. When I see a bat, I think of Christopher Robin. Oh, but Christopher, we're meant to be friends. That gives you power over me. Batman Arkham Asylum. I am not into these capey adventures. Not really my kind of game. But it's difficult to put low because it's clearly a very well constructed game. Yeah, punching all feels very meaty. Yeah, the bosses have presence. Jumping around the levels was kind of crummy though. I didn't overly enjoy the game, but it was certainly well put together. I would be amiss to put it anything below okay. But that doesn't obligate me to put it any higher, so I found the experience to be okay. It's one of those problems of the game clearly doesn't appeal to me. But I can't say I had a bad time with it. I had a bad time fighting Bane, right? Some of those bosses gave me a rough run around. But that's a skill issue, not a game is good or bad issue. Yeah, fine enough. I know this game is beloved by many, but yeah, not beloved by me. Just not my kind of game. This is my kind of game. Battle Brothers, good lord. Is it anything short of amazing? No, absolutely not. Game is great. So I played this game long ago, and I played it for 20 hours, and I said, that's it. 20 hours, I've seen everything I need to see in this game. That's enough. And it took quite a while for the niggling to come back to me and say, I could go for some more Battle Brothers. And I played it more, and then I truly fell in love with it. Crank the difficulty all the way up. Really embrace the pain of watching your god-tier brothers die. Oh, and just marinate yourself in the despair of watching your entire company turn into goblin turds in a swamp just because you wanted to cheapen out on that protection quest for the cart. Oh, sublime experience. And bringing the chatters in just made it all the better. having our Andarius think he is the hottest thing since sliced bread, leading the company. He becomes a goblin turd like anybody else, and a Brazilian comes in to take over the whole team. Mwah. Oh, Battle Brothers, you are so, so good. By now, though, I think I have finally truly had my fill of this game, and I'm not sure I'll be back. This happens sometimes with games. When I finish a stream, I come back and I do the entire run again in my own time, because streaming is fun and gaming is fun, but sometimes when you stream a game, there are certain bits of fun left untouched. It's like when you're carving up the Christmas turkey, and you just get the nice cuts of it. Yeah, they're pretty good. You're enjoying the Christmas dinner and the cuts, but sometimes you just want to get your hands on that turkey when nobody's looking, rip it apart, suck the deep crevice meats out of the joints. And that's kind of what playing Battle Brothers was for me when I did it in my own time. And I mean, I went deep. I kind of made my perfect team with the ideal stats and everything that I could. And it got to the point where going around, I would have my fun, you know, sipping my glass of wine as I watched my brothers on autopilot mowing down the enemies. Oh, I could talk at length about just how good Battle Brothers is, but I think we all know it's a great game and deserves to be up there in amazing. Jake turning chat vegan. Oh, man. Well, good thing this is the day about my tastes and not yours, because yours are clearly broken. Birthdays, the beginning. We streamed this game. It was a weekly one-shot. It was a very charming but extremely confusing game. Was that PS3 era? It felt like a PS2 game. But no, we played this on PC, right? So the idea is you have to terraform this world in order to breed life, down from like bacterial molecules all the way up to modern humans. Extremely charming, right? In fact, Dark Young is putting my words to pen already. He says it's an okay game with crap challenge. I don't know about the okay game part. I think it might even be a good game that I just poorly handled. It does become very unclear how to do a lot of things in the game, but I left feeling that it was just so charming watch little life forms grow up. If I'd been playing this without the challenge looming over me, I think I would have come away with a much better opinion of it, and I can hardly hold the weekly one-shot challenges over these games in terms of their rating. It's a lovely, vibrant, cute little story, kind of charming the way it always goes happy birthday when you proceed, and the way you play your cards, you can keep certain species around which would have normally died out. That challenge of getting Nessie was poisoned from the beginning, though. So the challenge for this game was that I had to get to modern humans or something, but I also had to make Nessie appear, and there was no indication at all how to do that. You had to flood about half the world and get to a certain temperature, but yeah, no idea how. So I was spent chasing rabbit holes to do it. Anyway, good game. Yeah, not even okay. It was a good game. Very light, very charming, not too serious, and good fun. Also kind of nice and sandboxy. I don't play enough God-style games. Beat Trip Runner. Jake, you're a rhythm gamer. You love rhythm games. Nah, well, I certainly don't love this one. Is it poor or terrible? No, it's actually quite terrible. What should a rhythm game have? It should be satisfying, reasonably challenging, needs to have good music. Good visuals are a plus. What does this game have? The sound really did not appeal to me. The visuals, you can kind of see from the artwork here, just all kind of 8-bitty stuff. And the gameplay is just terrible. Just jump and duck to the things coming your way. And they come very swiftly in a fairly zoomed-in screen. I just didn't enjoy anything about Beat Trip Runner. What was it? It was a weekly one-shot or a challenge? It doesn't matter, right? I won't be coming back to it. Not a game I enjoy. I only recognize this guy anyway because he cameoed in Super Meat Boy. Can't even remember his name, and his abilities in that game kind of sucked as well. But yeah, terrible game for me. I have no love for Beat Trip Runner at all. Didn't somebody come along and school me on that game? Headache-inducing background, I'll give that as well. Getting Nessie was even locked. You would have had to start a new run to get Nessie. Is that true, Baron? Oh, wow. I don't think anybody owned up as having submitted this challenge for birthdays. What a shame that was. Blacksmith. Ignite the Forge. Instantly put down to poor. There were some intentions here, but it was realized by somebody that doesn't really know what a game is. So Blacksmith, Ignite the Forge. Did I even stream this game? I don't know or remember if I did. I feel like I did, but God knows. Let's see if we can find it. Goodbye backpacks. Instead, get me the Forge. Ooh, here it is. So there was one cool element about this game, and that was actually forging weapons. You got minerals, and then you melted them down, and you actually pounded them into a shape. And the better you followed the shape, the better the weapon quality. You equip your dwarvy things, and then they go and auto-battle, Darkest Dungeon style. But it's all left feeling very soulless, which is not a term I like to use. It means a great many things to a great many people. But there's no real animation that goes on. There's no reason to care about your dwarves at all. Even the weapons you really don't care that much about. And you're also left wondering, why am I doing any of this? The whole game lacks life in a way that you kind of have to play it to see how. But yeah, it feels like there was an idea, but a significant lack of passion and a significant lack of understanding as to why people play games behind this. I'm actually surprised it's got 62 reviews going on here. But yeah, you know, I got it because it was free, and I still want my 2 hours back. I didn't think it was very good. On the other hand, it wasn't actively painful, so it's very difficult to put lower than poor. You know, this game is painful, and this game is obnoxiously hurtful. So yeah, Blacksmith is pretty poor, but I don't have the mean-spiritedness to put it lower than that. At the very least, it's a bit interesting getting stuff and pounding out weapons. I worked with a guy in Paradox who wanted to make his own game that was about forging, and he had these ideas, and he actually prototyped a few things. I played around with some of them, where you do work a forge and you manipulate the shapes, and he was trying to figure out the best way to do it. He did a voxel version where you're smashing it into shape, but he said it was very difficult to tie it all together. Yeah, this game does a very simplistic implementation, but just as a game, it falls flat in a lot of ways. Fill out the refund form just on principle. No, like I said, I'm not that mean-spirited, not at this time of year. Here's a game I'm very happy about, Blood Typers. So I'm not a very strong typist. I feel like I've actually gotten worse at typing as the years go on. I guess Parkinson's is setting in pretty bad. I keep double tapping keys a whole lot. I can blame the keyboard as much as I want, but it keeps happening, especially with the letter P. Anyway, I'm going tangentially here. This is a game that we streamed for a wee bit. It's a survival horror game, but all of your movement is done through typing. You type words to move around, open doors, attack enemies, switch, reload, eat. And it's all done in that B-movie horror kind of way. And it's all really good. Hell, it is great. It's the kind of game that I would actually like somebody else to pick up so I could sit back and watch them enjoy it. But there's a lot of things that I really enjoy in the horror genre that I want to see more of. For example, like respawning enemies that break down doors and corner you. Oh, that was pretty cool. And, you know, you can get by in melee if you can type well enough. I evidently can't. And the difficulty scales up really rather nicely. We played it on hardest mode for a bit, and all the obnoxious stuff you have to type. Highly enjoyed this game. It's just, I don't think I'd come back to it. It becomes a bit too much like work with all the typing, but that's all the more reason I want to see somebody else wrap their hands around it, struggle with the typing. There's a reason Typing of the Dead has never been removed from the mod games list. But yeah, I got no problem recommending Blood Typists there. In fact, the image there doesn't do it justice. Could we bring it up here? Tell me about all the games that include blood. Bloodshore. Oh god, no, no. Do not show me that. Yeah, if there's one thing that I didn't particularly like about it, it's that kind of faux anime art style that has, well, god, is anime even the right word? It is not a pretty game. Fortunately, you don't spend too much of the time looking at the characters. Ugh. I like the environments. Oh, the environments are good. Nice use of lighting and such, but yeah, the characters are hideous in this thing. Oh man, I'm getting kind of itchy to start typing these words in. Anyway, great game. Highly enjoyed it. I'd highly recommend it. That cell and toon shading, see, I don't mind that. I didn't like cell shading when it first came out, but it has grown on me. But it's just those really horrifically ugly character designs. I don't know if it's intentional or not. I don't particularly care. Blueprints. Is that this year? There is no way. Blueprints May 2025? You must be jesting. Well, I was ingesting that horrible cheddar Chad when I was playing this game. Cheers, McCain. Celebrating the new year by putting in some gifted subs. I appreciate. I'm sure others do too. Yeah, I don't know what it is with 2025. Felt like a long, long year for me. Clearly, the power of playing so many games. You can reach a point where you live forever because you play so many games you stretch time out. We're really getting into something here. Blueprints is amazing. Oh, it's so good. It is so, so good. Everything a roguelite really should be. It's all the fun parts of puzzle solving. It's got great explorative narrative. I enjoyed it oh so much that I came back for it for a very, very long weekly one-shot. What a shame that the game is just far too random. There comes a point where a game just has too much randomness that you just go, okay, why am I playing this? Slay the Spire doesn't have that. Sometimes it feels like it, but that is a skill issue. But Blueprints absolutely does. There are a lot of things that need to fit into the right position for you to make the progress that you need to do. And it's agonizingly frustrating going, okay, just need the garage here, right? Oh, I've set myself up with loads of opportunities to roll garage. Didn't get it. Okay, well, what a waste, because that's the thing I need to do to proceed. I love all the explorative nature of it, but when you have an idea that you want to explore and you've got to get it solved and you've got to go through that bloody room where you set up the pipes again, oh, God, no. That aside, fantastic game, but the sheer level of randomness did my tatty in with Blueprints. Yet a very tasty burn. No, it did not taste good, and it did not sit well either. Do not recommend the cheddar Chad, right? That goes down into terrible. Not truly awful, but terrible. Anyway, Blueprints, a lot of thumbs up with a big caveat there. I got no problem putting it next to the others. I think it's better than these games, but these games don't have the crippling downside that Blueprints does. Ooh, here's a game I played off stream. Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. I opened a portal to hell in the favela trying to revive Mitaya. I need to close it. Quite the mouthful. Absolutely a meme fun post of a game. If you're into the fast action first person shooting like Quake, probably going to be your cup of tea. It definitely was not my cup of tea. Not at all. It wasn't actively painful. It was fairly well put together as these things go. But it was very clearly some kind of meme game. Also didn't have to pay for it, so that's alright. Jake secretly playing BR no. It was a meme with a lot of jokes that clearly flew over my head. It wasn't truly actively painful, but I didn't enjoy it, so down you go into poor. Since it wasn't streamed, perhaps we should bring it up on the screen. Mitaya, Drug Dealer 3. We got you here? We do got you here. Yeah, am I sure this should only be in poor? This was kind of grim. Very fast-paced, action-y stuff there. Oh, no, I don't have the heart to put this thing down in terrible. Because it wasn't terrible, it just clearly was made for somebody, and that somebody wasn't me. Get out of here. Yeah, if you like your FPS, you might get better mileage out of that than me. Looks painful. Surprisingly not that painful. But certainly not that fun. Oh, hi. Yeah, let's talk about pain for a bit, shall we? Captain Planet and the Planeteers. Not a media thing that I'm familiar with. I had to have people explain to me who Captain Planet is and what he does. This is a game we played on the NES. It's brutally horrible. You very often don't know what you're doing, feels kind of buggy, looks bad, feels bad, plays bad. But does it play quite as bad as Army Men? Yeah, it does actually. It's really, really awful a game. This feels like one of the ones that Shadow put in. I mean, is my memory serving me well there? Yeah, possibly. Anyway, absolutely horrible game. Wouldn't wish it upon anybody unless I wanted to wish them pain. So I wish it upon a lot of people, but I don't want to. I don't want to touch it again myself. Let other people touch it and let me get my vicarious pleasure out of it. Ooh, pleasure. That's a good word for Cauldron. Cauldron's a pretty difficult game to surmise. I forget if I ever put it on stream or not, but I will certainly bring it up as a refresher. I suppose the caveat here is that... here we go. Cake Town Interactive. I know the publishers here. Used to work with them. They broke away from Paradox and decided to try their hand at publishing on their own. And they reached out to me and said, hey, we're publishing this game. You want to give it a go? And I did, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a whole lot. But how do you even explain Cauldron? It does a lot of things. So it's an incremental game, to be sure. You know, pick up all your various incremental things to make number go up. But it touches on a lot of different genres. There's a lot of JRPG-style combat, but a lot of emphasis on how you use your party and which members you choose. But there's a lot of games that I struggle to even call mini-games to power yourself up. So you've got this kind of bullet hell situation, but with apples. You got a fishing game. What else was in this? There was more than that. The writing was actually pretty bad. I did not enjoy the surface level characters. Even though they have skits, which I normally like in games, the characters were not well written at all. Lots of prestiging in the game to make numbers go up even more. I really enjoyed figuring out how to handle, especially the very hard level battles, sorting out your party, giving them the right equipment so that you can triumph in the combat. There was this Vampire Survivors style bit, which I obviously hated. Yeah, here it is. You get your people going around in a little cart, killing everything. So lots and lots of little things. Oh yeah, a digging game as well. And also some little puzzle game. Yeah, there's a lot in this game. There'll be something you enjoy and there'll be stuff that you don't enjoy. But the thing that really worked for me was that you don't really have to care about the things you don't like. Because in the end, there's this big central number that you're trying to increase in Cauldron. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, all of these are just pushing into a value that you can use for things. So if you have a problem with a fight that you can't beat, you can just bribe them with this stuff. You can bribe the final boss. It's like, oh man, I don't want to go through all the grinding needed to build up my party, so instead I'll do the grinding that I enjoy. Maybe I really enjoy grinding up for these gems. And you just dump all the gems on him and say, there, now piss off. And he will, and you win. There's a lot of different endings that you get that way. Anyway, I'm talking a lot about this game because I really liked it. I think it's a great game. It feels a little out of place with these other great games, but I came away having a fantastic time with Cauldron, and I strongly recall staying up until 4 a.m. still playing the game. Really, really enjoyed it. And cheers, Happy New Year to you as well, Ali Numbers. 2025 was pretty great, but why be complacent? Can always do better. And doing year in review is always a joy for me, so a great way to start the year. Speaking of digging games, there's a fair amount of digging to be done in Cauldron and figuring out how to dig best. And I think at the end you get strong enough to just completely dig out the entire map. Plus, it's a pretty cute game. I maintain that it's a pretty poorly written game, but that's its own problem. I think it tries to be a bit too quirky and, well, I want a bit more depth to my characters than that. Oh, a digging game! Oh, wow. Coincidence. It's all in alphabetical order anyway. Cole LLC. Cole LLC is good. I streamed it very recently, so I can't imagine we need to dig into it very deeply. But an incremental digging game, build up strength, get loads of people working for you, bring the game into total performance death by having thousands upon thousands of workers going down and gathering for you. If you like digging and number go up, then it's pretty damn good. Visually, it's not really all that, but is that a problem? Well, not for me, and this is my list. It was good, but it's no Cauldron, right? This is one game, this is like 8 games, and Cauldron was more charming. There we go, Baron's bringing in the Irish digger. Some would argue that you cheated in the Cole LLC weekly one-shot, Jake. Some people will argue anything. I don't spend my time arguing with morons. What the hell? Contra is here. I played Contra many times before, but this is the first time it's been around in a year that I'm doing my listings. What's there to say about Contra? It's a great game. Absolute classic. Running, gunning, high challenge, excellent music, vibrant visuals for the NES. And it doesn't outstay its welcome. I love Contra, and Contra loves me. Yeah, excellently high skill ceiling. If I'm not mistaken, Yagamoth himself is an accomplished Contra player, but I could be mistaken. Mine kind of went blank watching his 100% Secret of Mana run. Is that still ongoing, by the way? I have to quickly check. The madman's still going, grinding up all those weapon orbs and mana. I can do long streams, but that man can do long streams. Anyway, Contra's great, but I don't think we need to cover much more about it because it's such a classic. We were all there in the 80s to enjoy it, right? I've actually got a very fond memory of not being able to sleep one night, and I go like, ah. I think I was staying over at my cousin's house. I must have been very young, 15, 16. I was like, I can't sleep. Obviously, that's what you do as a child, bother your parents that you can't sleep. And they try to put me to bed, and they find my brother is up in the middle of the night playing Contra. It wasn't called Contra, though. It wasn't called Probotector in the EU. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Crazy Machines. Crazy Machines. I don't need the refresher, but I want to go and look at it a moment. Let's bring it up. Crazy Machines is on Steam. That's where we got it. Yeah, I wanted to remind myself of the visual appeal of this game. So you build contraptions in order to move things to places, generally speaking. Popping balloons, exploding dynamite, knocking over dynamos, boiling water to make things move. Lovely, inventive game. And I really enjoy these kinds of games largely because sometimes you see the solution and you're like, ugh, that's a lot of work. And then you try and make your own incredibly contrived solution work for it. I enjoy this game a lot. Pretty nice, tight design. The main issue is that it does run a bit poorly today. It's a game from 2005. That might explain a thing or two. But yeah, there was some technical jank related to it. But overall, I had a good time with it. I had a damn good time with it. I forget if the challenge worked out or not. Probably not if it's this kind of game. These kinds of things are fun. Fun, inventive challenge. I enjoyed it. And I have no problem slamming you up in good. What a top-heavy list this is. Where are the stinkers? You lost the challenge because of your own solutions, says Zingus. Well, everyone's a critic. I didn't see anybody else stepping up to build their own crazy machines. Ooh, maybe we can get to some stink now. Now, I played at least 2 different crime games. So let me go and bring this one up on Steam so I can remember which one you are. Crime. This one's Crime Simulator, right? Alright, let's go and have a look-see. Which one were you? Yeah, they also kind of look the same as well, weren't they? Ah, yes. Did I stream this one? I forget. So the crime games have this appeal to me. I kind of like the idea of going in, sneaking around, grabbing stuff. Yeah, I want the Payday stuff, but without the confinement of the Payday universe, the plot, the games, right? I wanted a bit more sandboxy. And this one, both of them really, they're just not very good. They feel like a bunch of stock assets flung together and called a game. Oh man, yeah, I'm pretty sure I did this one on stream for a bit. It looks good on paper, right? Going around stealing people's microwaves and guitars and stuff and getting money from it. But it's just not compelling enough, and it's hard to put into words exactly why not. Don't be fooled by this combat's arse in it as well. Okay, Baron Von O knows my life better than I do. He points out that I did indeed stream this one. Yeah, I went to different places, unlocked different things, but the game just overall never came together. It wasn't an actively painful experience, so to speak, but didn't amount to anything that I really enjoyed, which is a shame because I wanted to enjoy it. I sunk a lot of hours into Payday 2. Kind of got off it by now, just for the sake of having played it so much, so I wanted something fresh. But this was not it. And it won't be the only low-rated crime game coming in. But low rating is not something the likes of Crow Country gets. Let's just skip to the end here. What an amazing game Crow Country was. Oh, I loved it. I loved it so, so much. I love it so much that I'm going to give it my true feelings and only put it in great. It wasn't that good. But it was great. Oh my lord, I loved Crow Country. Come on, let's bring it up. I'm not alone in loving Crow Country either. I was hearing Lucky gush about it as well. It really does the homage to mid-90s survival horror extremely well. You know, the chunky PS1 style visuals, even the kind of chunky controls that you have going for it. The whole ambience is just right. Oh, it's pretty great. I think what brings this game down a fair bit is the narrative. I think if you take everything there, the gameplay and the visuals that you have and the world that you've made, and you completely rewrite the plot and the characters, then this one goes straight up to amazing. But it was dragged down. The horror feeling is kind of diluted by the characters. They don't seem to really react to the situation in a way that makes a lot of sense. And the whole plot with the gold and the receiver coming through the portal, it's a bit of a spoiler, but if you don't know the game, then it's not going to mean anything to you, so I guess it's not. It just clashes with the game really badly, in my opinion. Because I was ready to be super spooked, and there were spooky moments in this game, but real spook needs to be seeping and insidious, and this one didn't have it because of the story and writing. And that is what brings it down. You know, normally I don't put too much stock into that kind of stuff, but yeah. Even so, highly recommend it. Holy moly, if you've got any love for classic Resident Evil or Silent Hill, definitely give this one a go because it's so good. Anyway, highly enjoyed the Crow Country, and I highly doubt that's a surprise. That's something we enjoyed during Spooktober. Budget Resident Evil? I wouldn't even say budget. You know, Resident Evil 1 is budget Resident Evil, so it's 2 and 3, frankly. It wasn't until 4 that Capcom really decided that they wanted to spend money on the thing. Yeah, was this the manual bullet loading sim? No. No, that was the third-person game. I think it started with a D. Yeah, there it is. It's right there, Daymare. We'll get to you in due time. Cruelty Squad. Cruelty Squad is a game made of violence and malcontent from its, I believe, Finnish creator. So, Finland mentioned, huzzah. Pretty terrible. Is it awful? I mean, I thought it was pretty awful. Yeah, it was. No amount of developer intention is going to change the fact that I really hated this game. It was a mess to look at and hear and play. It was also an FPS, which is not my forte of genre. I had no fun with the game. The game certainly had its fun with me. Couldn't really understand what was going on in the game or why. No, there was nothing I particularly enjoyed about Cruelty Squad. It's a pretty great kind of arty thing. It's pretty impressive what one man's malice can produce. But I'm here to rate games and how much I enjoyed them and how good I think they are, and it sinks down to the bottom with Captain Planet. I did not have my fun with Cruelty Squad. Did have my fun with Cryptmaster, though. Ooh. Yeah, not really one for the first-person dungeon crawling, but this one with its little wordplay things and its impeccably good voice acting, and just how much it's going to react to was pretty damn good. Wasn't a game that sucked me in and made me want to play much more of it, but what I saw was pretty good. Let me bring that up. It feels like it's been a while. Yeah, man, I honestly would have thought that was like a 2023 game, Cryptmaster. This has been a long year. To my credit, though, I apparently played this on January the 3rd of 2025, so it has been 363 days or so. Come to me, Crypt Master. Yeah, is this looking familiar for people? Your revived corpses are dragged around, and you've got to type out the words that you unlock to do your abilities to make your way through the enemies. And the fun things are the little puzzles that you have to solve along the way. I feel like there's a lot more to this game that I did not unearth. But the first-person dungeon crawling is a bit of a dampener for me. Yeah, you're right, Rainy. Excellent game. Not really for me, but yes. I enjoyed it, and I got no problem putting it up in good for it. So one of my favorite games ever. Oh, the Catharsis is Red Apple. Oh, you're talking about Battle Brothers. Yeah, no, that is fantastic. Date everything. What are you meant to say here, right? It's essentially a visual novel. So if you like the things that's going on, great. And if you don't, well, too bad. There's not really much of a gameplay to judge on this one. I suppose it is pretty cool how you're inside a building. You got to go around, talk to things, match people up, making the key and the lock meet each other. Has its charm. Overall, though, I really didn't like the characters or the writing or the voice acting. Oh, that voice acting was some capital cringe. Yeah, generally when it comes to VNs, I want them unvoiced. Here's the problem. I didn't enjoy it that much, but I really don't want to put it in poor or below, because it is a well-made game. And the twist of actually going around your house and interacting with objects, I have to judge them as games, right? It's okay. Yeah, honestly, this could go anywhere from good all the way down to awful for me, but I got no problem saying it's okay. Cruelty Squad is a well-made game too, though. Didn't play it, can't say. Wait, did I play it? Well, it's not on my list, I don't have to worry about it. What was Cruelty Squad? Am I mixing that up with another game? Oh, right. I was thinking of Suicide Squad. No, Cruelty Squad is the game that we were just talking about. Yeah, no, but that is an actively painful game. Losing my marbles here, it seems. Hey, well, if we want to populate Truly Awful, why don't we put Dragon Age the Veilguard down there? What a horrifyingly bad game. Really bland, no original ideas, hated the characters, hated the plot. The gameplay is completely immemorable. I don't even know what happened in that game. In fact, I completely struggle to remember how it played out, but I certainly remember having a horrible time with it, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that one. Miserable experience, let's leave it there. Dawnfolk was quite good. I can come back and play more of it, but it was one of those tile-based survival city builders. Gonna bring it up, because I can, because, again, I hate to be harping on about it so much. What a long year it's been. Time is meant to accelerate as you get older. Mine's decelerating. Truly, I'm gonna live forever, stuck in some kind of Nancy Drew purgatory. Here we go. The screenshots really don't do it justice, right? Build up the tiles, get your resources, weather the oncoming storm of darkness that approaches. Choices to be made. It was good. I had a good time playing it. Wasn't the kind of game that made me come back going, oh, I want to play this game more and more forever. It's my new Frostpunk. But it does scratch a few Frostpunk-ish vibes. Yeah, it was good. Away you go. My favorite stream this year is Dragon Age after Final Fantasy 13. FF13, there's no way that was this year. That was ages ago. Anyway, Dawnfolk, you were pretty good. Gosh, did I just play good games this year, or am I getting soft in my dotage? Was Frostpunk 2 this year? No, Frostpunk 2 was last year. And I put it up in good. I maintain it was a good game. But it was not a good Frostpunk game. Feels like it kind of sunk the IP. You know, they put out a DLC for it, and it took me someone had to tell me it was out. Completely went by me unnoticed. I didn't get my usual marketing email from 11-bit about it either. Feels like they wanted to keep it quiet. Daymare. Oh boy. So Daymare is your kind of budget Resident Evil. It looked okay, but it played horribly. The voice acting was so bad it's bad. It was hilarious. If there's one line you remember for it, he's going to be there. He's going to go there, and then he'll be there. Really, really bad game. I dropped it. It was quite terrible. It was just funny enough and functional enough to keep it out of truly awful, but I had a terrible time with this. I just absolutely hated just the moment-to-moment gameplay in Daymare. Fighting was no fun at all. Running around was no fun at all. Manual reloading. Oh, don't drop your clip, because you're going to keep dropping your clip. Go around, pick it back up. I feel like the menuing was a pain in the arse in that game as well. Anyway, terrible game. Go with Beat Trip Runner and stay there. Decimate Drive. I covered quite a lot of horror games in this one. Decimate Drive. Ooh, that is a tough one. So Decimate Drive kind of crept into a lizard brain level of horror. In Decimate Drive, you're just running around going from payphone to payphone in a really, really poorly put together situation. But whilst you're doing it, these cars and other vehicles just keep slamming into you. And it was a truly magnificent piece of horror, because I can't think of any other game that's given me that kind of primal fright of big vehicles coming towards you. Yeah, sure, you can get that spook of Mr. X coming towards you in Resident Evil, or the big flesh wall is coming towards you and consuming you, but the first person running around of Decimate Drive whilst you're having the vehicles just drive along, cover you, it just feels so real. It actually feels like you're going down the street and, oh Christ, this car's coming for me. The Combine Harvester's out of control, I'm going to be harvested. And even though the game was really, really poorly put together, and the writing and the plot were just awful, I came to this game wanting a spooky game, and it delivered in spades. Well, maybe not spades, it was very, very short, and the free play mode was pretty ass. Yeah, that's something worth keeping in mind. It was good. I had a good time with Decimate Drive, and I'll always think back on it fondly. If it didn't have those faults, maybe it was better written, didn't have just awful free play mode, or just didn't have free play mode, and had a bit more to kind of suck me into the situation than this paranormal teleportation through the phones. It could be up in great or even amazing. Because remember, I put the... Did I? I should complete my thought before questioning it. A couple of years ago, I played that morgue assistant, mortuary assistant, and I think I put it all the way up in amazing. Because even though the game wasn't all that great, the spooks it delivered, for me, were top-notch. This game delivers maybe not top-notch, but very good spooks. But it's brought down by a lot of things. Alright, down in good you go. Or up in good you go. Top-heavy list, so I need to break out my mean spirit. Oh, but the mean spirit won't be coming in for the brick collecting simulator game here. Deconstruction Simulator. It does wear out its welcome, but it does a lot of things very right. Go to a building, and you're tasked with demolish this building. Sometimes not the whole building. Sometimes you just go in, renovate a bit, pull down a few walls, remove somebody's bathtub or their television set or whatever. And the way that you amass your filthy, ill-gotten wealth in your warehouse feels great. Oh, yeah, it's good. Feels nice and meaty, even though the looks and the performance are a bit... yeah. Yeah, man, I like this game a lot. Did peter out after a while, has some problems with once you have all your materials and your wealth, what do you do with it? Yeah, there's only so much you need to buy the best contracts and the best truck. It kind of feels like it needs this extra looping layer of management, kind of like Euro Truck Sim. Once you've got your really nice truck and your wealthy orders that you can do, right, then you start building your fleet of trucks and your garages all across Europe, and you start painting the map. This lacks that extra elevation of gameplay that I really would have liked, but I still had a great time with it. Oh, it feels so good. I think it's the kind of game you have to play to really understand why it feels so good. Bringing that wall down, making your pallet of bricks. I've played these kind of deconstruction or renovation games before, but they lack the payoff, because once I've painted somebody's wall or pulled down their chimney, I'm like, okay, what now? The idea of going around like a little parasite, picking up the individual bricks, knowing that it's going to be money for you. Oh, it feels so good. Baron is there saying that he enjoyed it, but he struggles to see it as more than okay. Wow, yeah. I thought maybe you would have liked it more than that, but I had a great time with Deconstruction Simulator. That said, though, kind of looking at the other games that I put up in great here, and I feel it's slipping a bit. Crow Country? There's no way it was as good as Crow Country. Ain't no way it's Contra or Blueprints. I think I'm going a bit soft on it because for the genre, it did very well. This is the kind of genre full of low effort crap. All these simulator games here, Shop Simulator, Gas Station Simulator, Painter and Decorator Simulator. Maybe I'm approaching this a bit too much in the way that I rate Nancy Drew games. Yeah, now that I've got the sobering life of seeing the others in the great tier, down you go, get to good. There we go, moment of sobriety. Oh no, the sobriety will not last long. Here's Detroit Become Human. Oh wow. Let me take a drink. I can be quick to judge games, that much is true. But I have no problem changing my mind. And I did a full 180 on this game. So I put this game up to vote in the long play vote. Because it kind of looked like one of those, so bad it's bad situations. And it won. I think there were so many people saying, oh, he's going to drop it so very quickly. I went into it expecting to absolutely hate it. And I absolutely adored Detroit Become Human. I'm still not entirely sure if it's intentionally hilarious or not, because I laughed so much playing Detroit. Oh, perfect beings of infinite intelligence, don't you know? Just watching them get the crap kicked out of them. Total clanker death. Game's amazing. Just absolutely amazing. You say what you want about the story and its presentation. It's so immaculately well put together. Looks good, feels good, sounds good. The voice acting's very well done. I found the whole thing extremely compelling. I went back and I watched as many different parts of it as I could. And unlike Dusk Falls, you can jump into the story. There are some things that I wish were a bit better. I wish you could pinpoint exact moments you could jump to. And I wish you could configure things like society's perception of robots when you reach certain points where it becomes a factor, or how Hank feels about you. But it's great. I think the reason I have a very, very high opinion of it was I killed off What's-Her-Face instantly. Because when I watched others play through her story, I was like, okay, this is a bit boggin'. I would not be enjoying this. But as hokey as buddy cop stuff is, it doesn't get much more well done than it gets done with Hank and Connor. Why did Cyberdyne build an autistic robot? I will never know. And what's his name? Robot Jesus here? It's just so funny. I mean, either the David Cage guy here is truly a master of his craft and he truly understands comedy, or he is just so off in his own world. It's hard to tell, but it doesn't matter. Detroit Become Human was amazing. Just amazing. Magnum opus of the genre. How about that? Yeah, you stand up there and you look down on Dusk Falls. I thought it was great. The man's an enigma? Okay, very good. Digseum, another game about digging. Just how many bloody games about digging did I do? It was short, it was sweet. Was it good? I don't know. Let's have a refresher. I am 99% sure I did not stream this game, because why would I stream an incremental digger? I have no idea. Refresh my memory here. Oh yeah, here you go. So you go around these plots of land and you click on things to dig up plots. Sometimes just a square, sometimes squares around them. You find things, or certain unique things you want to find, and you shove them in your museum. And the museum will generate people and money that come and go. You unlock things, right? It's all very paint by numbers, incremental digging game. Felt pretty good overall. I played it I beat the game. I think I even 100%ed the game. Took me about 4 hours to do. It was alright, and I haven't even once thought about it since, but it was certainly okay. So up you go. Still looking top heavy. Can we fix that? Yeah, we can. Oh, I don't like diplomacy is not an option. What did I not like about it? I bounced off of it so quickly it's hard to remember, but there were absolute issues with it. I just can't remember what I didn't like about it. I just have a very strong negative opinion about it. There was a breaking point, and I feel like it was something to do with moving units around the map, and there being intense micro needed for everything, but yeah, I can't stand They Are Billions, and this is just They Are Billions Stronghold Edition. Yeah, did not enjoy, put it down there, rather not think about it further. Ninjin, who's over in Japan, says he's off to bed. He will not be there, for Ricci City is not played enough. Heavens no. Who is this angry, screaming anime lass? Well, I picked this one up as a curiosity. A curiosity I will share with you as I find it on my Steam list. It's called Do Not Say 21. And if you're ever curious, the game is completely free, but don't jump at it just yet, BRs. Here it is. So it's a fun little maths problem, and by fun I mean it's not fun at all. It's a game that I remember us being taught in maths class, actually, way back in the day. The premise is 2 people take turns saying up to 3 numbers, counting from 0. And the goal is to not be the person that says 21. And you're dancing around the number 4, 8, 12, etc. to ensure that your opponent is always saying 21. But the whole thing about this game was it was a game just made completely through AI slop. It proudly says so here. The art is very clearly AI, right? I do not consider myself as having a very good eye for art or for AI art. But one look at this and I immediately know I'm looking at AI-generated slop. I'm pretty sure the game was made that way as well, and they set out to do that. Free AI slop counting game. And I played it to see, are they subverting expectations here? No, they're not. What did I say about it? Well, whatever I said, it was helpful to some people. Well, it sets out to do what it says it wants to do, which is be some pretty terrible AI slop, and it certainly is. I don't really have a horse in the AI race, but this game's just like, why are you even here? And if you're going to shove the anime lassie in there, at least make her do something interesting. She'll close the game on you if you beat her too often. I think if you win 3 times in a row, she just says in that horrible AI American girly voice, I don't want to play anymore. And then the game closes. Yeah, the piss filter's very on the nose. Anyway, down you go. Oh, Draken, my beloved. Impossible to rate. I love the game, but I know it's bad. It's really freaking bad. I replayed the Super Nintendo version, as I do every now and then, but clearly I hadn't played it in a few years because it's not been on my list before. The PC version is worse, but more interesting. The SNES game is better made, but less interesting. And this is the Super Nintendo version right here. The music is good. The visuals are of their era. There were not a lot of faux 3D games on the Super Nintendo. Early 90s. And hell, this is my list. And Draken is a game that I enjoy despite all its badness. Yeah, there's a lot of childhood memories associated with this game. It was kind of creepy, kind of weird, but captivating that kind of way. It's one of those games that could go anywhere, but it's too tainted by nostalgia for me to give it a reasonable rating. I'll just shove it in good. There's not much more to say about it. I've played Draken so many times, and despite it being awful, it holds a fun place in my heart. Dungeon Tycoon doesn't. I'm always on the look for games that might be able to do Dungeon Keeper in an interesting way. In Dungeon Tycoon, you build a dungeon to invite adventurers around. You hope that the adventurers have a good enough time to give you a good rating on Dungeon Yelp. But I didn't find it very enjoyable. Just down there and poor. Nothing about the game felt like it had a very good payoff. Visuals are kind of crappy. I didn't enjoy it, so down it goes. Not quite terrible, not quite painful, but not very good. Oh, here's a game, though. That feels like it came out years ago. Is that really this year? Dynasty Warriors Origin. Let me check. How many games have Origin in the name? Man, I played a lot of games in January. January the 22nd. So Dynasty Warriors Origins, the latest entry into the Dynasty Warriors series, a series that I adore and I've played quite a bit of. Although it tapered off, I played so much Dynasty Warriors 2. Dynasty Warriors 3 and its Extreme Legends is my absolute peak of the series. Dynasty Warriors 4 started the downhill trend. 5 continued it. I don't think I ever touched 6. 8 was a brief spurt of life. Where does Dynasty Warriors come in? Dynasty Warriors is a big reboot of it, but there's a lot that I really don't like about it. You play as this mute twink with a really hokey story behind him about being some guardians of peace. It's packed to the brim with homo lust. And I am not in Dynasty Warriors to play my little dating sim. But when you go to Lu Bu and Dongzhou and they're just looking at you like they want to eat you up for the little twink body that you are, then I'm really not doing what I want to do. I love the Dynasty Warriors game because I love being a relatively large piece on an extensively large chessboard. You know, I'm playing as the bishop or the rook around here. So I get a lot done, but there's so much else going on. Maintaining morale, making choices between your fronts where to support feels good. But Dynasty Warriors has gradually become more and more about it's just you. It's just you and your special attack that mows down thousands of Chinese mooks. And Dynasty Warriors leaned into that, Dynasty Warriors Origins rather, leaned into that way too much. So the reboot has taken it further in a direction that I don't care about. I still fire up Dynasty Warriors 3 because I absolutely love Dynasty Warriors 3 and it's everything I've wanted from the series. If I could just have, I don't know, modding support, custom characters, better sorting of the map, you know, maybe set up custom characters in custom locations, then I have everything I want. But hold your breath, because Dynasty Warriors 3 Remake is coming out. Given how soon it's coming out after Origins, I fear it's just going to be remastered in the same direction this game went, but one can live in hope. Anyway, the game is quite poor. I still had my fun with it, in the same way that I have fun with Dynasty Warriors 8, but it's just not going the way I want it to. Yeah, had my fun. The game stops really abruptly. I think it stops at Chibi. Although I didn't get that far, because once you have to go away from Yuan Shao and you can't follow him, you have to pick Wei Wurshu, Liu Bei, Sun Jian or Quan, or Cao Cao. It's like, no, if I can't be with my main man Yuan Shao, I'm out of here. If you like the way that Dynasty Warriors has been progressing, 9 excluded, then you would probably have a lot of fun with my main man Lucky. I think he loved this game, but for me it was a overall quite poor experience. Did not enjoy. How about this one though? I don't think I enjoyed this one, Eclipsium, but I don't think you're meant to enjoy Eclipsium. Fascinating spooky game. I still don't know what was going on there. You wake up in some kind of surgery table and you end up back at it. It's this weird marching of the pigs thing where they fill up a trench full of bodies for you to proceed through. A lot of weird body horror stuff going on in this game. It was horrifying. But you know what? It was meant to be horrifying. It was pretty good. Kind of very uncomfortable game, but a good kind of uncomfortable. Left you going away thinking, whoa, that was great, I think. Well, maybe not great. I put it up in good. Eclipsium was a great addition to the Spooky Week, and I'm still left a little disturbed by whatever was going on in that game. Visually, very stunning game. I'm surprised the encoder was able to keep up with it. And I have no idea what was going through the head of its creator, but I'm glad it did go through their head, because what came out was a very novel and good experience. Edge of Eternity, JRPG, kind of crap. Didn't enjoy it whatsoever. Don't think it was actively painful enough to be down in terrible. It's just JRPGs doing what JRPGs do, which is just not be very good or fun. You'd have to go to one of the king weebs like your Maharaja Sombra and Nikki and the like to actually get a detailed deep dive into what makes these JRPGs tick, but really, it's not for me. Not at all. I struggle to remember much about it. You spawn on a field, run around, people want you to do trite little quests for them. Yeah. And the combat system, typical JRPG nonsense, was not interested. Escape the Back Rooms. Poorly put together, cheap, friend, sloppy, cash grabby game. I thought it was pretty terrible. I wanted to be spooked by it. Really did not deliver. Had one... there's a term for it, like sublime, whatever. Didn't like it. Wasn't quite painful enough to be truly awful, but just terrible generic friend slot. Not interested. Oh boy, another impossible to rate game comes along. Europa Universalis 5. Long time in the making, highly looking forward to it. I have sunk now... Oh, how many hours? Steam says I've played 471 hours in that game, and it only came out a couple of months ago. Does that instantly put it up to amazing? It's tough. It's really, really tough. I think the best comparison here is Victoria 3. Victoria 3 has awful systems that feel great. Europa Universalis 5 has amazing systems that feel awful. I love what has happened with the trade. I really enjoy all the different things that could be done with diplomacy. The map is large, vibrant. They did away with a lot of the things that just felt a bit too arcadey in EU4, and it's fantastic. The problem is it's just so riddled with problems. You can't go 1 hour into playing EU5 without finding something that just makes you go, ugh. And not the good kind of, like, oh, I finally made it to the peak. The, oh God, why am I putting myself through this? Oh, I need to start up some colonies, but, I need to manually drag over all of these trade goods because they're low on masonry. And you have to dig through 5 menus to do it, so over it goes. And okay. Oh, I've unlocked some new buildings, but, I need to manually go and upgrade all of my existing ones. There's no upgrade all. There's an expand all, but it doesn't expand all because it has its own idea of what you do and do not want to build on. I'm going to win this war, but... right. War score doesn't generate anything, so you got to go through the game really badly needs to cook. 1.1 looks like it's going to fix a lot of issues, but... I've done 4 campaigns now. I did the Golden Horde one that was streamed. I did Mori that was not that was streamed. I did Cyprus that was not streamed, and I did Granada, which was not streamed. Sorry to all those people that were really looking forward to me playing through Granada very hard mode, but I wanted to do it quickly, so I did it off stream. And the later the game goes, the more painful it gets. The game has a lot of problems in the late game. Wars are kind of atrocious and everything feels pointless is the big issue here. It just doesn't quite capture that feeling of playing a game in the way that EU4 does. But I have high hopes for EU5. The systems are amazing. It's just it needs to tie itself into the game experience a bit better. I think one of my biggest problems with the game is warfare. Warfare has not evolved at all. It's the same system as EU4, same system as EU3, sans the zone of control stuff. But the map is now extremely large and the system's fairly deep. But you're still going around laying all those bloody sieges down. I almost miss the war system from Victoria 3. I know that war system is a disaster, but at least it tried to pull itself away from the horrible sieging. Maybe what I really miss is actually Hoi 4. Hoi 4's war system is finally good. Had a lot of problems, but it's finally quite good. But yeah, we can't still be moving around those little dudes one by one. You ever had that late game war with France? Hell, if it's France, even early game. Oh boy, there are 70 forts. I need to siege every single one of them. Oh, horrifying, because you certainly don't get war score from battles. No, of course, the real way you win a war is you take the war goal, you wait on it for 2 years, you build every levy that you can so the enemy's war enthusiasm goes down. Anyway, it's a pain in the arse. Impossible to rate game, so I'm just going to leave it here and not played enough. I need to wait for it to get better and then play more. There is an idea that, you know, I could, would, and should judge it on its release standard. And the release standard was a bit ropey. I know Blobber has that idea, but if I'm going to be doing that, I should also be judging it by the fact that I know it's a Paradox game, and I know it's going to be quite different in time to come. So I'm just going to leave it there. It's impossible to give it a rating right now anyway, and I stand by that. My Very Hard Granada run is now at the France wartime. I count 20 plus forts to be in line for Paris with a good CB. It's actual pain. Yeah, I recommend using subjects with a core. Almost all of my expansion in this game is done by creating a subject or having one that has a core on foreign land, using their CB, so I don't even have to spend my time fabricating the claim or doing the spy network. And that gives you minus 25 or 33% on all of their land. Not just the claims that they have, their whole land. And due to being able to release subjects anywhere, I do that all over the world. And it massively speeds up conquest. And almost all of my conquest is done through vassals. Have them do the coring. You don't have to pay to integrate them. It's amazing. Anyway, there's a lot to enjoy and there's a lot to hate. So hopefully iron out the stuff that I hate. And I'll be back to it in due time. Execute. Execute was good. I enjoyed this one a fair bit. It was a very short and sweet incremental game. I loved the Windows 95 visuals of it. And yeah, as incremental games go, pretty good. Just checking across the other games that are in good here. Yeah, feels about right. This game didn't promise me the world and it didn't deliver me the world, but it delivered me some good fun of cathartically killing everybody in the world and launching as many nukes as one could produce. Did have a little bit of an issue with producing the nukes, but maybe that's been fixed, who knows. Expelled. Wow, it was a good year for games. I enjoyed Expelled. Had a fairly novel setting, playing in an all-girls boarding school of a dubious date. Main issue with this was the very unreliable narrator. It took me hours to really understand what is actually happening, and even by the end of the game I wasn't sure, because I think this lassie she's telling a story, right? She keeps changing the story as time goes on. It was good. It wasn't quite great. I don't know where I rated Overboard, which is it's even called an overboard game here. But you're kind of solving a mystery that you yourself are creating in this game. Yeah, I had good fun with it. It was absolutely neat. I have no problem with it up and good. Whew. Factorio Space Age. I just slam it up there. No question, right? I think it is the best DLC that has ever been done for any game ever, unless I can count Dynasty Warriors Extreme. Dynasty Warriors 3 Extreme, right? What was its full name? I don't think it was called Extreme. Extreme Legends. Anyway, I get beside myself. Factorio Space is amazing. Just, whew. Everything that made Factorio better, it gives you more and more and more of it. I was not initially sold on the concept, so not much of a space guy. And it did take a bit of a time for it to grow on me, but I've done my mega base. I think my mega base is 100,000 science per minute. Across all sciences. Fully automated. Except maybe for turning off and on Prometheum. But yeah, how they managed to get all that in and even improve performance is beyond me. There are magicians that work over in Woob. I will say that the experience is a little less tight than Vanilla Factorio. In Vanilla Factorio, everything feels like it has its place. In Space Age, it's got a bit flabby. There are some bits where you think, okay, what's this even doing here, right? Something feels off about the pentapods, the lack of threat in Aquilo and the Lightning Planet just feels a little lacking. Feels like a lot of problems can be solved by one clearly better solution. But let's not let that take away from just how wonderful it was to explore. And it was such an exploratory thing. Going into Space Age without all the information and just digging around, going to planets blind with no equipment, I highly recommend it. Because that way you really do dig your teeth into everything it has to offer. Had so much fun, and it was so much fun that I went and I 100%ed this game on stream. Every achievement on a Death World run. Surprised I got it done, but I did, and it was great fun. I would do it again, but that would entail doing it again, so I won't. Hey, I played Farthest Frontier! And you know what? I didn't play it enough. I have overall negative sentiments about this game. I feel like it suffers a lot from early access development, has some of the hallmarks of it, of assumed knowledge, so it doesn't do a very good job of explaining itself. My plan remains, as it has done for about 2.5 months, to research more about this game and come back to it and give it a real shaking about. I've not yet done that because of other commitments, but it will happen. There will be the Farthest Frontier long play of promise. Just hasn't come together yet. Because I want to have a nice city building experience, and it shows promise even though the vibes are a bit negative. Let's just hope it can trounce over that. And who knows, maybe there'll be some post-release support by the time I come back to it. Let's be real, Jake. Just give us a new vote. No, absolutely not. I will continue to delude myself. Firefighter Simulator Ignite. Feels like there's been this resurge of firefighter simulators that hasn't been since the Super Nintendo era. So Ignite kind of plays like Left 4 Dead or Payday in that you go around your team, but instead of dealing with zombies or stealing things, there's a fire in a building and you gotta go and put it out. It feels really good coordinating your team, breaking down doors and walls to get to fires to put them out. It is a really good feeling game. It is a great feeling game. I don't know if... I think I streamed a bit of this. Just, I don't think it looks like all that much, but the feel is fantastic. But it has a huge problem. The AI is bloody miserable. They're completely hopeless. You can leave them for 10 minutes pointing their hose full pelt at the source of a fire, and they'll just completely fail to do it because they're busy pointing it at the ceiling. Horrifying stuff to see, and it drags the experience down immensely. I'd probably still be playing it if it weren't for the god-awful AI, but it is there, and I don't care if they fixed it or not. I've already been turned off by it. But the time that I had ignoring the AI issues were really great, so for a short bit when the fires are smaller and more manageable, yeah, pretty good. Also finding KO'd people and dragging them out of the building just has a lovely feel to the game. Maybe it's better in co-op, but I don't care because I'm not huge on co-op gaming. Freedom Wars. It got a remaster. I played Freedom Wars back when it came out on the Vita. In fact, speaking of multiplayer games, me and the lads played this. Me, Lucky, Callum, and Tandy. Did Tandy play Freedom Wars? Yeah, sorry, Tandy. I struggled to remember. Can't remember if there was 3 or 4 of us. I was a lackluster one of the group. I sucked at this game. Anyway, it got a remaster, so I was keen to see if it got better. It didn't really. It just got more of the same. Describing the game, it's kind of like Monster Hunter, but with significantly smaller areas and you're fighting robots. What's cool about the game is that generally to fight the robots effectively, you hack them off. Like you rip their arms off. Hell, you rip their fingers off and then their arms off and their legs off and their outer shells, and then finally you completely slay them. And they go around stealing people, but people are also resources, so you go and break the shell to extract them. Similar to Ignite, there's a lot of good feel going on in the game, but I find that it really doesn't deliver the payoff that you get in Monster Hunter. In Monster Hunter, at least in the pre-Worlds time, it really feels like, you scope out the monster, you learn how it operates, and you feel like you can effectively do this dance around it that just feels great. In this one, it really just feels like get your stats up and break your foe apart. And there's a lot of mashing. Oh lord, the mashing. If you want to start hacking an enemy apart, you jump on them, and it does feel good kind of scaling the enemy. But then you go into hacking mode and it's just mash. Oh, I had to set up auto clicker. My thumbs were being done in. Whew. To quote Bing Bong, I'm not sure about that. Well, to quote Bing Bong, I miss my wife. What do I do with Freedom Wars? I still have a positive experience about it, but I think ultimately it just goes in okay. Quite like the resource gathering. There's a lot of things I quite like about it, but was it that good? In retrospect, probably not. I think it was elevated in the Vita era because it was a Vita game. Vita didn't get a lot of those, so you had to treasure them when they came out. But now that it's just here in the oceans of PC gaming availability, it does not shine quite as much as it did on the limited roster. What the hell is this? The name I forget. It must begin with an F, right? Hold on, the name is on the file here. I remember the game, but I sure as sugar don't remember the name of it. Where did I even put you here? Twitch tier lists. The name of this game is Galaxy Rangers. It is an arcade game that I played. I think I played it in the Philippines. Really, really, really bad. Now, granted, I don't make a habit of playing a lot of arcade games these days, arcades having largely died out. But I have never seen poor performance on an arcade game like this one. Really choppy. Frame rate dipping a whole lot. And everything you need to shoot at just glows, right? There's massive shooting reticules and everything you're meant to aim at. So it doesn't even feel like I'm playing a game here. It just feels like I have to hold something and point it where I'm being told to point it. Just horrible feeling light gun game. I should have never touched this thing, but I had some leftover coins from playing a considerably better experience. And I sunk it on this and I did not enjoy it. Terrible game. It was meant to be played in a Japanese arcade cabinet, not in a cost-cut Filipino one. Oh, jeez. Well, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just going to say, oh, geez. Somebody's asking, what's that terrible anime yelling game? It's called Don't Say 21. And Pepper beat me to the punch there. James, a lot of talking here. I need to clear my throat. This is what I get for being out in the cold and the snow yesterday night to enjoy New Year's. I should have a cup of tea or something, or maybe some hot palinka. Genshin Impact. I picked this up as a curiosity, making the rounds. Everybody knows it and speaks of it. I had to see what it was made of. So I am not a gacha believer. I don't think I've paid a single penny into a gacha game ever. Oh, is that true? I bought one foil pack of Pokemon cards. And I got my cards, and I was like, well, that was not a fulfilling experience. I think it was even a shiny inside it, but it was like, okay, where's the fun to be had in this? And the thing is, I'm a gambler. I enjoy gambling. I love playing cards. I love playing the roulettes. Keep me the hell away from slots. I even love sitting down and playing poker against other people. Unthinkable, right? I enjoy gambling. I like the thrill of it, and I really like the feeling of being able to lose something that I can't get back. Even if it's money, that I can get money. I can't get that money back. Maybe that's a specific Scottish feeling, but seeing that money going over to somebody else, it's like, lights the fire within me. And I love gambling. Anyway, despite that, I don't care for gacha. What's Genshin Impact? Not a game I enjoyed at all. It goes down in poor. It wasn't actively horrible. In fact, I was impressed by a lot of things in Genshin. For one, I think I played it for about 2.5 hours before the game even insinuated that monetization existed. Right? I expected it to immediately be going, hey, you want to buy your fancy skins for your character, right? Oh, you want to pay your way up here? No, pay? No, that was like a dirty word for the game. I was playing it quite a bit before it asked for any money, which it, of course, didn't get. But the game was lovely and vibrant and alive, but did not appeal to me in any real way. It just looked like more, not quite JRPG nonsense, but like kind of open-worldy, Japanesey adjacent feeling. I did not enjoy it. Didn't like the characters, didn't like the gameplay, didn't like any of it. It wasn't really terribly offensive, but it certainly didn't do anything for me. And it wasn't even positive enough to put it up in just okay. But I was impressed. I can see why it is such a big thing. Just ain't big for me. I had the same thoughts on it when I tried it, says TBW. Gets a bad frame from the Weeb Zuber fan base. Well, you're making the critical mistake of ever engaging with the game's fan base. Go for information, do not go for opinion. Gun. Before there was Red Dead Redemption, there was Gun. Actually, there was like Revolver or something or other. Gun. Gun's okay. The replay of it didn't shine it in a particularly great light, did it? Well, but maybe it wasn't a replay for others, but yeah, I had fond memories of this game back in the PS2 era. I gave it a replay, and it was all right enough, but you could really see the limitations of the age that it comes from. And there's Dark Young saying, "I do love Gun, but it seems a touch dated, though." Yeah, it certainly felt dated playing it. Is dated a good enough reason to drag it down? I'm in two minds about that one. You know, at the time, it actually felt good going around this big open world, but even so, the plot progression of it was incredibly linear. It was just go here, go here, go here. And there were very few things to do outside of that. If you compare it to its contemporary Grand Theft Auto 3, it was a fairly bare-bones, dead-budget game. Yeah, you know what? Going okay. And I don't feel like you can go up to good with the other good games that we have here. Yeah, big is all relative right now. Try and cast your mind back to, say, 2002. Hell, Draken had a big open world. Relative for the time. I said I wasn't going to be putting any of my erotic games on the list, but look what slipped in here. Happiness Double Room. I was checking this out and saw it as some kind of cutesy cohabitation game, so I gave it a go. Has a bit of a twist to it, which I suppose I won't spoil, but it was pretty bad. You play as the most pathetic main character. And this lassie is not very upstanding herself. I didn't enjoy it. It was actually pretty terrible. Absolutely pathetic. I think I was even playing like a censored vanilla version of it as well. Did I go and get the uncensored patch? Probably not. I wouldn't put it on this list if I had. Anyway, it's pretty bad. If you want your cohabitation aero game recommendations, I think I could give you about 20 of them that would be better than this, but you're going to have to ask in private. Haste. Haste is a game about going fast, and it feels good to go fast. The game didn't feel like it did enough with that. I want to refresh on Haste. Bring it up for me, please. Steam, talk to me. Zingus is asking the real questions here. Now's not the time. Run fast and soar through the air. Yeah, you're running against the Black Plague kind of spreading out here. It had progression? Why do I not remember? No, this isn't progression. This is like a roguelite style level choosing. Like the general running about felt pretty good. Maybe the characters didn't. And I certainly did not appreciate these roguelite elements into the game. I come away with good feelings about it, but not that good. You were okay. Get out of here. Yeah, Haste was okay. Don't think I've ever played an erotic game, or at least something branded as such. Are there even good ones? Oh, yes. Yeah, ones that are good games on top of that. Struggle to think of anything that beats Sengoku Rants or the Enshuli games, but yeah, let's not go there with this list. Let's keep it family friendly here. High Seas, High Profits, highly recommended by Kaladin here. I'm always interested in a game that tries to scratch the patrician itch, and just by saying that, I have to go and bring the game up on Steam for us to see. High Seas, High Profits. Why do I only have the demo available here? Looks a little different now. Oh well, there it is. Live your medieval trader life. No, I don't think I will. The game is really just patrician, but less. If I'm going to want patrician, I want patrician, but more. It lacks features, it lacks goods, it doesn't feel very compelling to play, it's not very fun, the villages all look pretty bland and horrible. I did not have much fun with this. I just played it and then I felt sad because I wanted there to be better patrician out there, not just copy game, but have less. And it certainly did have less. Ugh, I'm already feeling tainted. Get away from here. So yeah, I continue to be on the lookout for fun, economical games. But this one is poor. It's not actively bad and terrible, but it's definitely poor, right? If you're going to shoot for the king, don't miss. Highly recommended. I feel libeled. Could have been any Kaladin. Oh, here's a weird one. Hirainya is a Metroidvania, which normally I would never touch with a 6-foot barge bowl. Not a big Metroidvania fan, but how can you see this cat and not be disgustingly curious about what's going on? Why they decided to make this sad, sorry cat the front image of their game, I do not know. But it's a Metroidvania, you go around, you get abilities, and I don't even think there was combat. I'm trying to remember. No combat. Combat-free zone here. Just a lot of hazards that you need to dodge. It also kind of had a bit of a feeling of I want to be the guy, but not incredibly cruel. Just with the way you move around in it. The little bit of interesting thing from the game is kind of how you can break it. Not sure you're intended to be able to, but you can do some weird braking to get out of bounds in the game and race around, which I found a little bit interesting. But all in all, it's just a really kind of bland Metroidvania. Can I bring it up? I certainly didn't stream this one. Hirainya. Hold on. Whew. So hot here with it being -1 and all. There we go, right. You see this? Does this not immediately make you think Metroidvania? Vania doesn't deserve to be in there. Castlevania is still a different thing for me. It's competently put together, I'll give it that. But it doesn't do anything really interesting. So I guess if you just want a couple hours of good, clean Metroidvania fun, go for it. Has a really weird story about the world is gone and we're trying to remember it through these weird picture book things. Yeah, no, that's as best as I can describe it. Clearly made an impact. But yeah, it's okay. Not special, not great, not terrible. In a way, sometimes it feels like being just okay is the biggest crime here, because bad is at least interesting. But yeah, there's Hirainya. Yep. Oh, right, the story behind this cat is apparently the developer or developer's friend or somebody has this incredibly sad-looking cat. And they posted a photo of it on the Steam forums, I recall. It's like, here's the cat. And yeah, the cat does look perpetually sad like that. Very sad. Invictus. Oh, God. How do I put this? So Invictus is a Super Mario World ROM hack, and it's brutally difficult, way outside of my skill abilities. So what do I say about that? Is it good because it's hard and I had a hard time with it? Is it bad because it's not fun to play a hard game like that? I don't know. Maybe I should have thought about how I could rate such a thing. If you like your incredibly hard Super Mario World ROM hacks, then sure, go for that. Although I'd probably rather have Grand Pooh World for its amazing music. I think I have to leave it not played enough, which is true. I have not played enough of Invictus to tell you if it's good or bad. And I never will, so you're just going to stay there. Is this seat taken? Oh, that was good. Oh, I enjoyed this one. I normally don't enjoy the seating arrangement puzzle. Maybe there's a name for that kind of logic puzzle, but you know, Sally wants to be next to Bill, but Bill wants to be opposite Nathan, and Nathan feels unwell, so he has to be near the bathroom. Is not my idea of a fun logic puzzle, but there was something about the way these little squeaky characters kind of bobbed around, and the way that, you know, you had to turn on the cooling, turn on the heating, the way that so many of them stank. Like half of the little shapes here had this problem of I didn't wash, so I stink. And you have to keep them away from other people who hate stinky people. It was just such a recurring theme. Why are the shapes so stinky? There was this underlying plot about somebody wanting to be a movie star, so maybe they're trying to make some kind of underhanded comment about actors. Actors, are you stinky people? Shouldn't say that. Twitch has explicit terms of service violations about insinuating that targeted groups of people smell bad, so I am not at all allowed to insinuate that they do. But lack of personal hygiene aside, Is the Seat Taken was a good game. Puzzle game. You know, based entirely around that Nancy game puzzle of seating people for the Castle Malloy wedding, but a good, fun game nonetheless. Did you forget the Hercules game? Possibly. As I said at the start, there's a good chance that I miss some games because I forget them, but then I just round them up for next year. Kaizen, A Factory Story. Whoa, this game is good. But how good is it? Is it great? That is tough. So in Kaizen, you set up automated manufacturing processes to create items. They can be display shop food items, they could be toys, televisions, musical instruments. And it's done in that typical... Oh god, what's the developer this called again? It's them... oh man, I can't believe I've forgotten. Zachtronics, thank you. Yeah, Zachtronics style games. You come to expect a certain level of quality, and that quality was delivered here. But how good? I'm debating whether or not it was great. I certainly had a lot of fun playing it. I had so much fun I actually played more of it after the stream, and I kept playing it until I brutalized Integral Hamster's high scores for pretty much everything. And I felt like a big boff in doing it. But when I look at the games in great, I don't think it was that good. It felt a bit too limited, and it felt like it didn't push back enough. And it didn't feel challenging enough. Yeah, everything was solvable. And I kind of wish it was a bit harder, rather than having all the difficulty being in, okay, how do I do this better? I think Opus Magnum was better for that. Opus Magnum did have you sitting there going, how the hell do I even do this, let alone optimize this? So yeah, Kaizen. Poorer than Opus Magnum, but still a good game. Did Hamster like the song? Oh, Hamster loves his Zachtronics games. Hamster loves any game that can make him feel really, really smart. That's the thing, he is smart, he's just, he's not smart enough to be smart. Keep on mining. Yet another digging game. If I have to compare it to the likes of Digseum and stuff, it's actually a bit poor. Keep on mining just doesn't feel like it has any real payoff for the digging that you do in it. Let me see if I can bring it up here. Wow, it actually does show up when I type in mining. Yeah, here we go. A bajillion levels of meta progression for number go up. You enhance your pick. You get a world that's full of items, and you just keep clicking. Click, 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 until you're clicking with nukes and lasers and all that. It's competently enough put together, but I just don't think it's very fun. And I played this for 3 hours. I wanted to be sure that it wasn't very fun. You know how it is. You got nothing to do in the evening. I'll play this incremental game. A few hours have gone by. Did I have fun? No, not really. Yeah, I feel bad saying it's pretty poor because I think it was a one-man show, but I'm not around here to give brownie points just because of the way a game was made. I don't think it was particularly good. If you love your little incremental diggy games and you want to spend a few hours of it, then sure, but nah, down and poor for you. A worse Cole LLC, a considerably worse Cole LLC. Yeah, I want it at least 2 levels below Cole. 1, 2, 3, yeah, good enough. Oh god, right, well, yeah. I was worried we weren't going to be populating the poor games enough. Killing Room is terrible, but is it awful? I need a refresher. I think this is a game that I played just before I headed off to the Philippines. Killing Room. No, not Killing Floor. Don't tarnish that name. So it's a first-person roguelite game. It felt horrible to play. It looked awful. The enemies were no fun. The gunplay was no fun. Very random. Felt so easy to go back to the start. Full of little traps. Oh, you stepped in us all. Well, goodbye all your health. Back you go. The bosses were miserable to fight. Yeah, oh man, the guns didn't feel great either. Sound design I recall being horrible. You get these joke weapons as well. Yeah, nah. Right down you go. Killing Room was truly awful. I don't feel bad putting you next to Veilguard. I'd like to see somebody who is an FPS veteran get behind that game and show me how it's meant to be done. But it was not for me. I'll tell you what was for me. Murdering lots and lots of preschoolers. Kindergarten 3. It's they're 3 for 3 now and making a quality game. Yeah, it was laugh out loud hilarious, great comedy game, just great. I highly enjoyed these kindergarten games. I think they have gotten better. I was in my head there just bouncing, did it get better? 1 was like a proof of concept, still very funny, but kind of rough around the edges, especially with the art and animation. Even though at a glance it looks the same, they've come miles ahead in just keeping the world feel alive. If there is one major problem I have with Kindergarten 3 is that it's very railroaded. If you want to go through the stories, you have to do this, then do this, and do this, and do this. There's no real room for exploration. That comes at a cost, of course, right? You streamline the experience, so you get to enjoy it without the frustration of, ugh, I needed to sell Monty my toothpick so I'd have the extra 50 cents. I needed to bribe the lunch lady to let me do this, that, and the next thing. But yeah, it was still great. Laugh out loud funny. There were some people in chat who were saying, yeah, this isn't my humor. Well, good for you. It was absolutely my humor. So up and great you go. And yes, Nugget, our hero, remains in there and alive. Whoa, right, we are still keeping it high here. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the only question is, were you great or were you amazing? Huh. Well, the first half of the game is definitely amazing. The first 5 to 10% is Yap Central. Once you get off of the docks and you have some freedom, then it's amazing. And it's amazing until you reach about the 60% mark, and the game gets taken over by somebody who really loved the film Inglourious Bastards and wished it was a video game. And then you just play Inglourious Bastards with the whole seizing of the Italian court. And I did not enjoy that second part as much. I still enjoyed it a lot. So if about 50% of the game is amazing and the rest of it is great or better, then surely it belongs in amazing. Yeah, it was fantastic. I think I've played through the whole game 2.5 times now. I did it once on my own time, I did it once on stream, and then I fired up another run because I wanted to kill... Yeah, that's right, I did a kill all run. Yeah, I wanted to kill absolutely everybody that I could, but there's limits to that. Some people just keep respawning. I could not completely depopulate Kuttensberg, but the genuine attempt was made. Anyway, amazing game, highly recommended it. I continue to highly recommend it. I've been watching somebody do their own Hardcore Henry run as well, but this is funny thing about this kind of game is I actually didn't enjoy streaming it so much. The game just has so much talking and life of its own that I felt like I was rather watching the experience rather than streaming it. Which is fine and all, but just goes to show that some games are more enjoyable for me just in my own time. This is not one of those games. Well, maybe. I didn't go and play more of it. Chinese letters here. What was it? What was his name? Let's see. We're in K. K or L. What the heck was your name? Knowledge or No Lady. That was the name of you. You're some kind of pathetic math student, but you keep getting accosted by these Asian so-called beauties. It's ridiculous, stupid, it's not enjoyable. Even though I have a soft spot for FMV stuff, this stuff is just bad. How bad is it? I'd probably write down in terrible. There's not really gameplay involved, everything bounces off, it's completely incohesive. Maybe I just don't quite understand it because I'm not Asian enough to see the intricacies of its amazing plot, but no, it was lost on me. Pepper says it was funny as a punishment game. Well, unfortunately, I didn't get to watch that. I had to endure that. There's this bit where you go cross-dressing as well for some reason. What is it? There's a scandal. A girl has a job, and that is scandalous. And you go, how do I deal with this? I know, I will create a bigger scandal by cross-dressing in front of the university. And then you get hauled up by the teacher who goes, I'm very disappointed. Now tell me where you bought that dress. Yeah, Christ, waste of time. Waste of everybody's time, unlike Lemmings 1 and 2. Classics. Well, the first one's a classic. The second one is kind of more. Lemmings is good, and Lemmings 2 is also good. I feel like I should distinctly move them around. You know, Lemmings has that classic aura going for it. Lemmings 2 adds more, loses some of the charm, gains some in visuals, control, quality of life. I like the huge amounts of abilities that you get. I'm just going to put them both in good. I like them both quite a bit. Lemmings 1 is great for me, says Red Apple. Lemmings 1 struggles a bit for me. It gets really clunky handling all the lemmings. There's a lot of pixel precision involved. You know, where you're down to your last little pixel of stairway in order to cross this thing, and if you mess it up, you go all the way back to the start. Lemmings 2 at least had the good grace to give you a fast forward button for those. So, you know, there are enough innovations on 2 to keep it up with the Lemmings, and all in all, I'm happy putting them in good. I mean, hell, Draken has good company. For what it's worth, these games are not rated within their group. I think that's for complete tryhards. Except that they're all equally amazing. The only exception is that I will name one singular game of the year, and I think you already know what it is. It's no, it's not Lasaria. Lasaria is a tricky one. They came in and they wanted to make a Majesty clone, and they did make a Majesty clone. The problem is they lost a lot of the fun things that made Majesty what it was. One of the biggest issues that they made was they went with the super generic high fantasy art style. Everything's super chunky, blocky, and saturated, whereas the original Majesty was gritty, edged, darker, and for the love of all that's good, two-dimensional. They couldn't get the characters quite right. But they did one thing that elevates this game enormously, and that is they did Twitch integration so that viewers can be members of the guilds. Oh, you have no idea how much that adds for me. Do I have the picture that I always come back to, and it gives me sniggering beyond belief. I don't care how long it takes to find it. I'm gonna, oh, that didn't take long. Yes. Yeah, this is the moment that I think about quite a bit when I remember how much I enjoyed Lasaria. Dead JJ Nitro saying, my tank sucked. Hentai Dad walking off saying, nothing of value was lost. Moments like that elevated Lasaria far above where it otherwise would be. If it didn't have that, the game would be poor. It wouldn't be terrible, but it would be poor because it's really, really not well put together. Despite their intentions, they clearly had intentions there. I don't think this was a cash grab for Majesty nostalgia. But I just don't think the core competencies were there to make a good Majesty clone. There is something coming out next year, I believe, that shows promise as a good successor to Majesty. And go figure, I can't remember the name of it. But I'm sure I'll be shouting it from the rooftops if it comes out and is actually good. Anyway, Lasaria, your one decision there actually brings you up to okay. Not quite good. I played more of this in my own time. The level design, the voice acting outside, of course, the guy that's doing the advisor is kind of crummy. They needed a native English speaker to actually write the lines because the guy took his voice lines literally, and it's real ham-fisted. The mission design's kind of awful. The endless mode doesn't amount to much. But that integration makes up for all of the shortcomings and brings it up to okay. So I'm happy enough with that. Let me look at the things that it's alongside with here. You know what? No, it's not on equal footing with the rest of these guys in okay. I'm going to bring it up to good. It was so good, that integration. So incredibly good. And the way your characters go around living their own lives and grabbing items and leveling up and such, it is copy-pasted out of Majesty, but if you're going to have a source, use Majesty. It was just such a magnificent game of its time. Feeling good about that one. Let Them Trade. That was the Settlers of Catan style board gamey looking game, right? I don't want to make a mistake here, so I'm going to bring it up to make sure I'm right about that one. Yeah, it absolutely was this one. It was fine. It did not have me coming back for more. It was incredibly charming with this woodwork board game kind of thing. But the gameplay I just didn't find very compelling. It looks like it has the pieces here. Oh man, I got budget screens and income and tax routes to set up. But in reality, it's just dragging line to line and watching it unfold. The way that you expand cities is not very enjoyable in my opinion. Just plonk down something, put road through, decide what goes on it. It lacks a depth. Has a charm, but lacks a depth. And for that, it was okay. Okay, and nothing more. Huh, was that another highly recommended game from Calvin? I can't remember. 2 stone, 3 grain. I call Monopoly on grain. Was Lex Mortis that god-awful so-called spooky game? I gotta check now. Again, I don't want to make mistakes, and there's a lot of games to remember here. Yeah, the Dennis Estley game. The only question was it terrible or was it truly awful? Because, I mean, boy, that was bad. I even tried to finish the game because I wanted to see how far it went, but no. Glitched out in the driving section. The running away from the monster section was really quite awful. Yeah, no, that was terrible. Truly awful game. It's almost like these two are synonyms for each other, but hopefully I get it through that truly awful is reserved for the absolute stinkers around here. Yeah, nah, Lex Mortis was a waste of everybody's time. What about Lingo 1 and Lingo 2? Were they a waste of everybody's time? No, absolutely not. Real brain screwy stuff. I think they were both good. I don't have too much to delve into them. An experience you should go for yourself if you're into those kinds of puzzly games. Does get a little bit frustrating, but I'm sure that's more down to a skill issue than anything else. I enjoyed them. I think they're good. I'm happy to have them there. And that is a lot of good games. It's already on its 3rd row here, and I haven't even filled up a single row for the stinkers. Was it really such a good year for games? The Horizon one still haunts me. What did I keep saying it was? Arisen. Yeah, Arisen. Oh well, that was easy. Little Britain, the video game. Ooh, I was tempted to say it might be the worst game I've ever played, but that's such a cop-out. Might be? The problem is I've played over 1,500 games, right? How can I say with certainty that one of them is the worst? I do think it would make top 3 of worst games ever, though. It's just so freaking awful. Every element of it is bad. It's just a collection of really awful mini-games as well. And it's just... It was a very, very dark time for British humour. We've done terrific things, right? We've got the Blackadder, we've got the Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister. But then that kind of faded away and we were left with this new idea of grotesque humour. And Little Britain captures it so well. Oh. Yeah, a dark time best not remembered. Truly awful experience, so do not go looking into this. Madison was pretty bad. It was a spooky game that just completely failed to spook. One of those whole, oh, look how spooky I am, are you scared yet kind of situations. No, I was not. In fact, I was promptly turned off by the game. Was it poor? Was it terrible? I hated the voice acting to the point where I had to turn it off. Yeah, nah, you were pretty terrible. Get me out of here. Magic Research. So I played Magic Research 2 without having played Magic Research 1, and I said it was the best incremental game I've ever played, and it went up in great or amazing in one of my previous tier lists. I forget which. I decided that I wanted to see where it came from, and I played Magic Research. Magic Research loses a lot of quality of life on its sequel, and that brings it down enormously. In fact, it just goes into just okay. It does not have the charming writing or the engaging story that the sequel has. It becomes a real pain in the arse to manage items because you got to keep producing one-use items. They solved that in the second game. It doesn't look as good, doesn't play as good. Did it have dark mode? Anyway, nowhere near as good as its sequel, and it's brought down massively in spite of that. I wouldn't recommend touching this if you have any intention of playing the second game. And they're not related, tangentially related, but you don't need to play this one to enjoy the second one. Don't recommend, but it's not bad, it's just there's a much, much better alternative. Ooh, Mech Warrior. Tough game, this one. Mech Warrior has a lot of unenjoyable elements of it that are all swept away with the argument of, I like big stompy robot. And I do really like Big Stompy Robot. There's something that just feels so good about chunk, chunk, chunk. And yet, it didn't quite rope me in. I was there. I had my hand outreached, ready to grab onto MechWarrior and become one of those people. But it just didn't quite keep me in. I guess how all the gameplay loops together. I struggle to put my finger on exactly what my problem was with it, though. Don't think it was quite skill issue. I was ready to put the time in, but there was just something about it. I'd probably have to play it more to figure out what it was, but overall, I did have a good time playing it, so I have no problem putting you up in good. I just feel like there was something that could have brought me up into great with it. Maybe I just need to find another Big Stompy Robot game that captures it a bit better. Which MechWarrior game was it? MechWarrior 5. You can kind of see the 5 clipped off at the side there. Mercenaries on top of that. There was an issue that what was it? I had to buy like an expansion or something to actually start playing the challenge part. And there was a little bit of story, but the story was awful, but whatever. Yeah, I had to buy career mode, that was it. Ooh, speaking of 5s, Mega Man 5. We played Mega Man 5 for the Game Boy, and I was pretty impressed with that. Yeah, that was good. I do rate games based on the confinements of the system that they're on, which is why these old Super Nintendo relics are doing so well. Bringing Mega Man to the Game Boy and doing it competently well, I was impressed. Pretty happy with it. Music was fine, level layout done quite well. Yeah, happy with you. It was bad monetization. It's a story with the publisher of current MechWarrior titles. Be warned, alright. Well, the thing is, I know there are real MechWarrior deep diving lovers within the community, so I just trust them to put me on the right path. I do not have the inclination to do my own research on the matter. Mega Bonk. So I don't particularly like the Vampire Survivor clones. I hate Vampire Survivor itself, not a fun game for me. But every so often one comes along, and I think, well, that looks interesting. I give it a go, and it actually does perform better than expected. Mega Bonk has great music and brilliant visuals, and it has a clean goal to go for that does not make it outstay its welcome. Also, movement of the game feels terrifically good, and the fact that it's all done in that lovely, crunchy PlayStation 1 aesthetic really works for me. This game was good. Not quite great or anything above, because again, it's still Vampire Survivors, and I really, really don't like the lack of proactivity in it. One of my biggest issues with Vampire Survivor is you're just moving around, right? I want something to do that isn't just running around and jumping. At least in this game, the movement does feel good. It's the reason that 20 Minutes Till Dawn, despite being a Vampire Survivor clone, was a game I enjoyed a lot, because you were actually running and gunning. It felt really good to aim and shoot and time your things. But when you just pick up abilities and it's just, oh, these things just radiate out of my body, it does not do it for me. Anyway, Mega Bonk, I'm sure we've all heard of it by now, but I think it's good. I don't think Mindustry's good. I did not enjoy you at all. Really didn't enjoy you. But maybe not to the point of calling it terrible. There are other better automation games here, and I don't particularly like the wave defense element of it. If I'm going to play a wave defense, I don't want it to also be splitting my attention with setting up factories and production chains and that. So this one, pick a lane. Pick a lane, because I didn't like what you ended up being, Mindustry. Some people out there really did enjoy it. Ninjan? Oh, Ninjan's asleep, but I thought Ninjan was sinking his teeth into this one. Anyway, be what it is, I didn't enjoy it. Mini City Mayhem is a game about having resources to spend on building blocks to build up a city. And that's it. Build up the city to get points to build up more of a city, reach thresholds to keep building, but it was just like whatever. You build. I don't think I streamed this one, so let's bring it up on Steam here. Mini City Mayhem. In my library, of course you are. Yep, place down the things, the colors and the shapes, and how they interact with other items is how you work them. It's kind of like a worse version of Islanders. I really quite liked Islanders, short and sweet as it was. This one just didn't seem to scratch the same itch for me. Felt like it couldn't decide whether or not it wanted to be aesthetically pleasing or be an interesting puzzle challenge of its own accord. Yeah, and also I have severe pick 3 fatigue. So when a game gives me something like this, I immediately go, oh, please come on. Slay the Spire is the only game that's still allowed to do this to me. All the other ones, it's just, come on, can we move on? Every game under the sun is now doing this. Hey, pick 3, pick 3, pick 3. Please no. What happened with Dragon Age for it to be terrible? I played it, and that is obviously something you shouldn't be doing. Don't play Dragon Age. Anyway, Minicity Mayhem, yeah, it was just kind of poor, right? It did not do enough. It's not even just okay. I came away from going, okay, well, that was a thing. Okay, at least has a slightly positive element to it, but Minicity was just... Minutescape. God, I played a lot of incremental games. Minutescape needs to be seen in motion to do it justice. Can we do that? Minutescape. Or Minute Escape. Who's to say? But yeah, typical... Why? I always turn off the CRT vision in games. I don't know why people love putting in it. I hate chromatic aberration. Hurts my eyes to look at. Anyway, I disable it so no harm is done. So yeah, pick loads of abilities. Right, so the interesting thing is you move this box within a box, and you have severely limited movement abilities to dodge all these incoming things. At times it feels almost impossible. But I played and played and played some more. I'm pretty sure I beat the game, if not 100%ed it, within 3 hours. 100%? Does it show my achievements here? I don't want to go digging. Anyway, I did a fair bit of this game, but I want to see it in motion. Okay, I'd like to see it in motion for a little bit longer than that, please. Wow, it doesn't look so good when you see it like that, but I rather enjoyed it. I really rather enjoyed it, dodging around all those incoming projectiles. Oh, but you also had to gather up things, that's right, and everything that you gathered was used for the progression. I had a good time with it. I don't think I had a great time with it, but it was a game, and I've certainly played games. All right, get out of here. Oh, where is it? Here you are. Let me look at the good games. You weren't that good. You were okay. I don't see King of the Castle in the list. That's because King of the Castle is a little older than you think, Raziel. Time proceeds. Remaining time recedes. Oh boy, Cart Hunter Milds. Where's the copy pasta about this game? I need it, and I need it badly. Monster Hunter Wilds. Am I even going to find this? Probably not, right? No. Much too offensive for anybody to have saved anywhere. Okay, I don't like Monster Hunter Wilds, and I am a long time Monster Hunter lover. Played the very first one that came out in the PlayStation 2 just because the box art looked cool. And up until Monster Hunter World, I thought it was amazing. I really liked what World did to the game. I know a lot of old school Monster Hunters did not like the changes that came with World, but I thought it was a breath of fresh air. Then comes along Wilds and thought, you know what this game needs? It needs to not really feature any monster hunting. It needs to feature you walking around with your yapping companion, looking around going, wow, isn't nature hecking amazing, Hunter? Oh, God, it was incredibly painful. So I do my monster hunting generally with the old crew, like Lucky and Calum. And he had to drag me through the game because I was going to be dropping it. I'm glad he did, because the game gets much, much better once you clear the main story. But that's already a big time investment to get anywhere with it. Once you do that, it opens up and you can start doing hunts, and they feel good for a while, but just it's so lacking compared to World. I almost wanted to go back to World. The roster of enemies felt much too limited. The new additions weren't all that great. The levels felt kind of bland, like super saturated and washed out with color at the same time. How do you manage that? Cheat engine speed hack is required for surviving the story segment, says Max. Very rarely does speed hack actually work for me in games. I don't think it worked. Not sure I tried it on Wilds. Anyway, I played it quite a lot, right? Let me put a number to that. How many hours did I sink into Wilds? Whoa, only 64. Right, for comparison, I played Monster Hunter World for 450 hours, and we are not legally permitted to look into how much time I spent playing the older Monster Hunter games. I love Monster Hunter, and this game, once I'd fought everything, and I'm a dirty capper. I cap every monster. I will not allow them to be killed. So once I'd captured everything I could, and I'd gotten every endemic life, because I actually like endemic life hunting in Monster Hunter, I stood back, looked at the game, and went, well, that was kind of crap, and I don't think I'll touch the game again. I didn't have performance issues. I know a lot of people complained about the performance, even people with similar stats to mine, but the game ran buttery smooth to my broken eyes. Anyway, the overall experience is poor. I cannot forgive the transformation that's happened with this game with that horrifying amounts of story addition. And once the dust had settled for that, I was just left with a worse version of Monster Hunter World. So why play it? I don't know. I am a Hunting Horn main. So normally I'm delighted when my Hunting Horn receives buffs, because nobody plays Hunting Horn, so it keeps getting more and more buffs. But there's a big problem with hunting monsters in Wilds. It's too bloody easy. They added this wound system where monsters develop wounds and you exploit them, and that stun locks the monsters. You know, stunning monsters is something that you normally get rewarded with by, if you're a sharp user, breaking off or cutting off a tail, or if you're a heavy user, clobbering them in the head until they get stunned from it, or if you're an elemental user, putting them to sleep, or shocking them, or if you're a trapper, deploying trap. Like, there's a lot of clever things you can do to get your moment of weakness on the monster, so you can start applying the damage. In this game, it's just trivialized. Just keep smashing them on the wounds. They get stun locked until they're dead. You just wipe them out. It's such an easy game, which makes it all the more humiliating when you get carted. But let's not talk about that. Anyway, pretty poor addition to the series overall. I don't recommend. If you want the fancy-looking Monster Hunter, play Monster Hunter World. If you're classic but you want it more playable, play Rise. I haven't played it, but if Lucky lives by it, then I'll believe that. I tend to skip every other Monster Hunter. And if you're a classic player, then you know what the classics are, so you don't need to care about my opinion. But Wilds is pretty poor, and I don't blame anybody who drops the game within a few hours, because the yapping is insufferable. Here's another insufferable game. My wife threw out the card collection, so I bought the dump to find them all. Another AI-generated game. I don't know how much of it was AI-generated. The music certainly was. The visuals were pretty uninspired. I didn't enjoy this one. I just picked it up because it looked a bit interesting. It wasn't interesting. You just keep on picking up crap and putting it down until you can find the items that you look for. It's not even poor. It's kind of terrible. It doesn't really offer. It's not actively painful enough to be down and truly awful. And the music is actually kind of jamming. I don't have a good ear for music at all, so AI music doesn't bother me. And it's kind of cheesy, fun music as well. Am I being too hard and putting you down in terrible? No, I mean, you're pretty bad. You just dig into piles and piles of trash. There's no payoff to the experience. Kind of feels like what you're doing. The idea is probably AI slop. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we've reached Nancy Drewville. Right, let's just bring them all up, shall we? Nancy Drew and the Labyrinth of Lies. Nancy Drew and the Scarlet Hand. Nancy Drew and the Creature of Kapu Cave, and Nancy Drew and the Deadly Device. We are no longer on the Nancy Drew tier list, so we're not listing them as Nancy Drew games, we're measuring them up as games. So what do we do with that? Still think the Deadly Device is pretty good. A very good, cleanly well-made game, brilliant visuals, great voice acting, good animation of the characters, fun mystery, and an actual murder, actual stakes. Felt pretty good. The puzzles were difficult for me, but that's a skill issue, so I will not be weighing it against the game. So I think you were pretty good. Labyrinth of Lies has similar production values and some pretty good puzzles, but the writing and the characters were just off the wall here. Scarlet Hand and Kapu Cave were pretty bad. Oh jeez. So Scarlet Hand has you going around the museum, looking at old Mesoamerican artifacts and such. Kapu Cave has freaking Big Island Mike in it. Oh, my idea, my ice cream, my shells. Oh god, digging up the shells. They're both pretty bad. Are they poor or are they terrible? It's difficult because I have to detach myself from the Nancy Drew way of thinking. If I was just picking these up as games, they're pretty bad. Get down here. Is that fair? Look at what I'm bringing them together with. It's different rating them now that I've played them rather than just watching others go through them during the Nancy Drew marathon. Indeed. Terrible seems so bad for them, but they were pretty bad. Oh yeah, and then Nancy Drew and the hand has that issue with the guy that gets amnesia, and he's a pain in the arse to deal with. Surely they're better than Daymare. I'm not sure they are. No, they're pretty bad. Put them down in terrible and be done with it. No, I'm not a human. I was actually looking at this game waiting for it to come out because I saw its promotional stuff on Steam. I thought, that looks interesting. I'm going to grab that for Spooky Week. I did, and I was unhappy with it. Why was I so unhappy with it? Just really felt like it didn't go anywhere. It was just a monotonous case of going around talking to people. It wasn't very exciting. I wanted a more insidious, spooky experience. And it just didn't deliver. Didn't help that it was very vague as to what the actual threat going on was. And it was kind of disgusting as well. Yeah, no, I was not impressed with you, and I had no intention of coming back either, so down and poor you go. Whoa, you won't be poor, Nubby and his number factory. I have never nubbed so hard. I like this game, I liked it a lot. Just like Peggle of throwing your little ball at things, smashing into numbers to make huge numbers. I really like the whole mid-90s website design of the game. And it was just so bonkers and fun, and it was great. You know what? Yeah, it was great. Get up to great. Yeah, I had so much fun with Nubby. Didn't outstay its welcome either. Well, we didn't play it to outstaying its welcome. Oh yeah, that was good fun. Damn good fun with Nubby. Bit nonsensical, and certainly wouldn't play it as much as I played the others. But I look at Nubby and I get a big smile on my face. So good enough for me. Likes Nubby's graphics, doesn't like Cruelty Squad. You must detach yourself from your Finnish nature. Alright, what else we got here? Open Hexagon. Oh, I love my hexagons. So Open Hexagon is open source version of Super Hexagon. It's got a lot more music tracks, a lot more level, and much more difficulty, but it sacrifices the simplicity of Super Hexagon to play the game. Maybe I can bring it up. I will. I was debating whether or not there'd be music issues, but there won't be. For a while, this game wasn't on Steam. Did they put a price tag on it? They did. 159 Filipino pesos. I think I can handle that. But is it going to show itself here? Epilepsy warning? That's not a problem for me. My eyes are already buggered. Yeah, so you're this tiny little arrow that has to wander around a shape, dodging all the other shapes. And it gets extreme in Open Hexagon. In a way, I think it's equal to Super Hexagon, because simplicity can be pretty good in its own right. And the level to which this cranks it up, it kind of loses a bit because it's very hard to get in the zone when everything is so incredibly hard. But it's good. I enjoy my hexagon dancing. So get up to good, Open Hexagon. I was very happy with you. Also, thanks for the gift. Somebody gifted this to me. And of course, I'm completely disrespecting them by forgetting who it was, but they did, so thank you. Hydronum, I think. Hydronum bested it for the mod game. I feel awful. People do nice things for me, and I can't even remember their names. It's tragic. Our Adventure Guild. Check this one out. It had all the right gubbins for being a fun game, but it didn't really have any production value. And I didn't... Okay, so our Adventure Guild is kind of like Battle Brothers, but you're in a kind of anime fantasy guild thing. The artwork all looks like deviant art. Overall, it did not drag me in at all. It was kind of poor. Mostly poor just because of production value things. If it had been a bit better and maybe had some tighter combat going on, then it could go way higher. But yeah, if you're gonna swing at the king, don't miss. Just play Battle Brothers. Don't play our Adventures Guild. Ooh, whoa, Overboard is here. Ah, well, gotta put my money where my mouth is on which is better, Overboard or Expelled. Tough. Real tough. I think they are both equally good, and they are both good. It's essentially the same game, but a different setting. It all plays the same way. You got to do over from the start. You got to manage your time. Although I feel like time management was a bit more ridiculous in Expelled. But yeah, they're both good. And I can't see that picture of Andy without thinking about giving the tugboat. Yeah, they were great. It really helped with good, strongly written core characters. They're both awful, awful people, but being awful does not stop someone from being compelling. Just as a character being good or great does not make them inherently compelling either. No goody two-shoes around here. Did you 100% Expelled? No, I didn't touch it after I was done with it. That's not to say it wasn't so great, but I just didn't feel the need to come back to it after beating it. Also, they're a bit of a pain in the arse to go through just to dig through for content, so it's the kind of thing I'd rather watch somebody else do. That's right, if I'm not playing games, I'm already watching somebody else play games. Here's a game I'd rather watch somebody else play because I am hopeless at Sokoban games. I picked up Pikaret down... Pikaret? Pakarat. I think it's meant to be a play in the words of Packrat, but Pakarat Down the Bun Burrows is a Sokoban game where you chase rabbits. It's very, very difficult because unlike just pushing things around, the rabbits react to your movement with their own rule set, and constantly internalizing that as you run around was very difficult. I did stream this one, but I think we'll bring it up on stream if I can find it. Bun Burrows. There we go. Yeah, kind of quirkily written and done in a Game Boy aesthetic. Incredibly cute, but I'm very weak to cute things. Anybody who knows me knows the best thing to send me on my birthday is videos of baby elephants. But yeah, Sokoban games always end up like this. They look so cute, and then you dig deep, and before you know it, you're void strangered. I feel like there's more to this game than what I found, you know? There's some deep symbolism, like this is clearly a womb here, what does it all mean? But I was unable to dig that far because Sokoban games defeat me. But it was fun, it was cute, it was charming, and I do recommend it, so I have no problem shoving you up in good Bun Burrows, despite you not really being my forte of a genre. Northex comes in, they say hello to me, and hello to chat, and they wish us all a happy new year. Well, same to you. Whoa, Peak. Get up there, Peak. You are my game of the freaking year. You're so good. so incredibly good. And there's a lot of different reasons I love Peak, and I'm going to talk about all of them as soon as I take a quick water break. I'll be right back. There we go. As I mentioned earlier, there is no rating within the groups here, with one exception, my game of the year, and it is absolutely Peak. It is so good, and just about every element of the game is really freaking good. Let's start with the gameplay. I have never played a game with such good climbing mechanics ever. Can't believe this game was made within a month, but it feels good, it plays good. Stamina management, the fact that injuries and stamina work together in this dynamic way, feels amazing. And just the very action of climbing up is so good. It is a slight detraction from all the little things you have, you know, with the wind and the storm and the spiders and the hurricanes and all that. I feel like it's actually detrimental. I just want to have a nice hard climb. But I can't deny that they do cause some fun and interesting situations in multiplayer, so I'm willing to let it slide. Visually, I think the game is amazing, because they've chosen a very clear art style here, and they've taken very instantly recognizable, charming characters. Very, very easy to, you know, if you want to make art about it, very simple stuff to work with. Very easy to pick out who is who, unless two people end up going with the same stuff, right? I know it's Baron's guy because he's drooling. I know it's Callum who's climbing up with me because his permanently angry face, saying he's going to make Dresden look like a freaking joke if he gets eaten by another German. Oh yeah, so the game is great to play, great to look at. I think the music is fine. Actually, I don't have much to say about the music. It doesn't even come in all that often. But there's a lot that I find very evocative about Peak. They've gone with these kind of scout-like characters, but there's something about it that really speaks to me. And it kind of... If you played Eco, for example, there's a lot of great symbolism in Eco with the whole, like, being close to Yorda and guiding her by the hand, and I found that very evocative. And it's similar in Peak, just the action of, like, holding out your hand, bringing people up. carrying them on your back. It just has this sense of intimacy that really elevates the game for me. And then there's the whole idea of multiplayer, single player. I do enjoy playing Peak in single player, have done so many a time now. And I also really enjoy playing it in multiplayer. And I've played with randoms, I've played with you guys. I've done it with close groups like Lucky and such. I've done it with large-scale rando groups as well. And they've all been fun. Maybe not equally fun, but it has been great. So just, is there anything to say about Peak that wouldn't make it Game of the Year? Hard to say. You're eating their corpses. I'm sold, I'm getting the game, yeah. And it's a silly, silly game. I initially didn't like the silliness, but it certainly grew on me. Right, your friends turning into chickens when you're hungry enough and you can eat them. All the wacky items that you found. Having to learn what they do is a pain in the arse, but there's not so many of them that it becomes a problem. You know, there are times when I wish it would show me the effect of eating XYZ. But I guess that's part of the mystery, because I think they change each time what certain items do. Well, I think they should if they don't already, like randomizing the mushrooms. Anyway, Peak, a very late comer. I only started playing it, this month? And I think it's amazing. This month, I suppose this month just passed in December. Yeah, very, very happy with this game, and absolutely my game of the year. I did go into it with very low expectations. I thought it was just going to be Friend Slop. I thought I was getting into Lethal Company or Repo or Pico Park here, but no, I ended up playing something incredibly special, and I hope it continues to be a success. Could probably do with more maps, right? What is there? There's the first one, there's the last two, and then there's only a variance of 2 for the middle maps. So could maybe do with more of that, but hey, game was made in a month, right? I do say that gotta appreciate the stipulations with which the games are made, and that is incredibly impressive. It's just so good. So yeah, Game of the Year material right here on Peak. What were my previous games of the year anyway? Now I can't move Peak over. There we go. There we go. Friend Slop. Yeah, by Friend Slop, I mean a game that isn't really very good. You just enjoy it because you're playing with your friends. And almost everything is fun with your friends. Miserable things are fun with your friends. Digging out a garden with your friends is fun. You can joke about it and toss soil at each other and have worm-eating competitions, right? It doesn't change the fact that digging up the garden's horrible, back-breaking labor. Anyway, Peak's amazing. Oh, well, this isn't. Pharaoh, A New Era. Pharaoh is already a game that I didn't enjoy, the original city builder, Sierra City Builder. Cut from the same cloth as Caesar 3, and as we know, I love Caesar 3. But not only do I not like Pharaoh, this is a god-awful remake. Looks bad, sounds bad, plays bad. They decided to get rid of the combat because the French people behind this remake just couldn't figure out how to do it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Hell, I'm putting it down in terrible. It's not offensive enough to go into truly awful, but no, pain. Pain is the acronym. Pain here, just no good. I know a guy who worked on Pharaoh. I didn't think he'd disagree with your verdict, honest. Oh, you don't think he'd disagree, honestly? You know a Frenchman? Oh, maybe they brought in a non-Frenchman for the team. Here's some more Friend Slop. Pico Park. It's actually not bad, but that's mostly because it's a platformer, and I like platformers. But it is just a platformer. It's not particularly challenging or engaging. The fun comes from playing with friends and doing fun, stupid things, you know. Oh, I need to grab you and stop you from falling in here. Oh, you fell. Ha 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 ha. What a laugh we all had. Yeah. That rubs me the wrong way with games. That rubs me really the wrong way with games. So what I think about Pico Park? I played a lot of platformers, and it's not a really good one. Down you go. Sounds a lot like Peak. You shut your mouth. You Philistine. Pico Park is nothing like Peak. Right. Pilotwings 64. I heard a lot of horrible things about it, and I played it, and it's not that bad. But it's still pretty bad. Oh, it controls pretty poorly. It's not the tightly made experience that the Pilot Wings to the Super Nintendo is. Very wacky, very poorly controlled. Kind of a pain in the arse to play in a lot of ways. Oh god, the taking photos part from your hand glider. You take a photo and it's like, well, you might have perfectly captured the thing, but it wasn't perfect enough. Did not enjoy the skydiving part of that either. Oh, the combat segments are pretty bad as well. Ooh. Oh, no, the more I think about Pilot Wings, the worse it gets. No, it's pretty terrible. Yeah, it's pretty damn bad. Was it Decimate Drive's turn yet? We're doing it in alphabetical order. We're currently on P for Pilot Wings, Kraywin. Now, I know Croatian education is probably not the best one up there, but remember, your name starts with a C, and D is close to C. I'll cease the mockery now. We've had our decimation of driving. How many games in this year did you play in total? I don't know. Games of which I have not rated before. Well, just add up all the games here. Pepperan brought up Hercules. Are you sure I played Hercules this year? I'm not sure. I certainly don't see it here. Plan B Terraform. I didn't enjoy this one. I don't think I played it on stream. I was interested in it. You know, you set up production lines on Mars to produce the kinds of things you need to make it into a habitable planet. I've yet to find a game about terraforming Mars that has captivated me, and this one is no exception to the lot. Didn't really enjoy it. Hard to say exactly why. I was setting up things and I just felt no real payoff from doing so. And I do like my numbers going up. I'm not that sure either. Someone else brought it up. That's how I was asking. Okay. You're in a better position to check it on YouTube to see when that was than me. But it doesn't matter. It's not here, so it's whether it happened or not, it's being missed. Please Touch the Artwork is a hidden object game. And those objects get really, really, really hidden. It's very short, though. You'll be done with this game in an hour or two. Kind of a bizarre game. Doesn't really do much for me. Kind of bizarre and ugly in its own right. Yeah. I don't think about it in a positive light, not just because I lost the challenge. It just wasn't very interesting. But it was free. I don't really roll the price of a game into this rating. But it was free. So if you want a poor free experience, go for it. Because you're poor. This is another free experience. Pokemon Yellow Legacy. Whoa. So, I've been watching Claude Plays Pokemon, which is the Claude LLM tasked with defeating Pokemon Red, I believe it is. It's entertaining in a lot of ways. Because he's going to do things like just keep walking into the wall whilst telling himself, I'm making great progress. Or he'll get self-fed advice about maybe you should go and talk to this guy to get the HM Flash. And I go, oh, that is interesting, but not concerning. Let me proceed to walk up and down these same tiles in case I've missed something. Anyway, watching that has provided me with a good old hearty chuckle, but it also left me hungry for going back to Gen 1 Pokemon. I am a Gen 1er, I really won't accept anything beyond that, although Radical Red Sheets was pretty good. But I did accept that Gen 1 is aged, and it's really badly aged. So I thought, right, what can be done about that? And then I heard of Yellow Legacy. Somebody ROM hacked. I'm not sure it was one person or a group effort. But Pokemon Yellow, Gen 1, was ROM hacked, and there is so much quality of life in this, it's unreal. Not just quality of life, but sprite updates. If you open up and look at your list of Pokemon, it's no longer just a plant, beast, and shampoo bottle. They've actually got good sprite work for all of the Pokemons there. And a significant bump up of the difficulty too. I had a great time with Yellow Legacy. I ran through the whole thing, and I still love Gen 1. Playing Pokemon Yellow today, Yellow Legacy that is like playing Pokemon Gen 1 back in the day. Because we didn't know or care about all the millions of issues that it had. Oh, yeah, of course, right now you can look at Gen 1 Pokemon and go, this doesn't work, and this is awful, and oh god, who would ever do this? But back then in 1990, whenever it was, and you had your little no backlight Game Boy screen to play through this, it was a magical experience, and this recaptures it amazingly well. Yellow Legacy is great. Yeah, and I think if you weren't a Gen 1er, you probably wouldn't share my opinion. But I don't care. It's my list and it's my opinion. I love Yellow Legacy. And no, that was not streamed. That was something I did in my own time. Whilst laughing at Claude and Waclaude and CC. Only sailors know how to leave. Love the loops that he can get stuck into. Railway Island. Why, you really? I was all but certain that Railway Island was from my list last time. Let me check. Railway Islands is a 2024 game. Why is it on my list? Did I miss it last year? It's possible. It is very possible. Bear with me. I'm going to check that because that seems not quite right. That boy ain't right. Let me check my own 2024 tier listing thing here. Appreciate this game. No, stop talking, Jake. I don't need to hear it. If I go down to R... Oh, would you look at that? I must have missed the game. Well, I did say if I missed it last year, I would rope it into this year's one, so shame on me for that. Alright, very well. Anyway, Railway Islands is one of those travelling salesman problem. Put down railway lines so your train can go from one station to another. I don't find those particularly compelling, but it wasn't particularly bad either. It was just a competent puzzle game, so bleh. I'll play you at the same time I'll play Labyrinth of Lies, and I will have an equally okay time. Jake found the same humor in DBH that he found in kindergarten. DBH? Oh, Detroit Become Human. Oh, yeah. If Kindergarten 3 weren't here, it would be the best comedy game I played all year. Oh, here's some friend slot. Repo. I don't particularly like it. It is fun with friends, but it's not the game that's fun. It's being with your friends that's fun. Repo kind of lacks purpose, lacks sense. It's not very fun. Is it poor? Is it terrible? I think if I put it in terrible, I'm being too much of a contrarian, but it is a poor game. I don't like it. I suppose I do like going around and looting items, but it's looting very preset items. And it's one of those, controls are intentionally terrible kind of affairs. It is pretty bad, and looking what I've lined it up against, no, there's no way it's on par with this. Get down. Yeah, when I look at you next to Pilotwings 64, I feel a lot more just in where Repo is. Rift of the Necro Dancer. I didn't like this. Why didn't I like it? Am I really a rhythm gamer? Not sure about that. I picked up Detroit the other day because it's 90% off on Steam. That's an absolute steal. You out there right now, go and pick up Detroit Become Human. It's so good. I haven't played it yet. Judging from the chat, I have no idea what to actually expect when and if I do get around to playing it. LOL. Well, saying that you play the game might be a bit of a stretch, but I still highly recommend it. Rift of the Necro Dancer. I need a refresher on you. Feels like I didn't play that one that long ago. Oh, I didn't refund it. Oh no! 3.6 hours. My life is over. Hey, see this Friday Night Funkin'? I haven't played that. Is it still in early access? I would have checked it out, and if I didn't pick it up, it must have been an early access thing. Yeah, I mean, it's just Guitar Hero without a guitar. Guitar Hero is okay, but it's not that great. Oh god, it's got these Rhythm Heaven segments that I am awful at. This might be a case of mad cause bad, but I did not enjoy this. Worst of all, I didn't like the music. And the songs are really short as well, right? Yeah, it was. You just really didn't bring anything to the table, did you? Not an awful offensive experience, but you were rather poor. Which is a shame because the other Necro Dancing game, what was it called? Crypt of the Necro Dancer. Was pretty cool. Again, not entirely my game, but it was cool. It is still early access, I believe. Really? I think I've been heard about Friday Night Funkin' for At least 4 years. Here's a game I don't want to think about for 4 years. Richi City. It's Mahjong. I don't like Mahjong. It's full of gacha anime. I don't like gacha anime. I barely like anime. Just get out of my sight. Not a gacha lover, so, you know, gacha's already crippling a game. Ugh. Oh, and I had all that horrible story segment as well. No, get out of here. We have sick freaks around here like Ninja that get off to other people playing Mahjong. Mahjong is worthless. It brings nothing to the human race. Right, Risk of Rain 2. So Lucky & Co. had played a fair bit of Risk of Rain, and I was thinking, maybe I should get into this, but it just didn't have the appeal. I was generously gifted Risk of Rain. Thank you. Was that from you, Acronymus? I feel like it was. Anyway, I gave it a go, and I really, really didn't like it. 3D Vampire Survivors game, but I didn't like the combat, I didn't like the movement, I certainly did not like the level design, or the enemy design, or the weapons. No, there was nothing I really liked about this. Yeah, actually, you know what, Down and Terrible. It wasn't just poor, I was playing it and actively thinking, this is just not very good. Ooh. Ugh. Yeah, the more I've sat on that game, the less I like it. Mahjong causes great damage to the human spirit without a single benefit. Is that from... Christ, what's it called? Not Kaiji, but the other guy. Anyway, getting behind myself. River Towns, is that the Tetris game? I'm going to have to refresh my memory here. Forgive me, I'm getting on in years, and these are a lot of different games. River Towns. Yes and no, they're not falling down Tetris style, but you did have to fit them in. So it was a puzzle city builder, and I really struggle to find puzzle city builders that end up being really, really good. But this is just you have a bunch of land with a bunch of squares, and you need to fit the parts together as best you can. They benefit from being near water, they benefit from being near similar colored tiles. You want to bring the whole place alive, score as many points, get on the leaderboard. And yeah, it was all competently put together and it did what it said in the tin, but you know what? It just wasn't any fun to me. I played through it and just went, am I enjoying myself? No, not really, so down and poor you go. Not even just okay, it was just like, what is this thing even existing for? Yeah, I think there has to be some element of me enjoying myself for it to be in at least just okay. And yes, even the CDI Zelda tribute had some enjoyable bits to it, but Rivertown just wasn't it for me. Bleh. Oh my. Controversial pick here. Robin Hood, the Sherwood Builders. A lot of people were watching this game thinking it was a heap of ass. One person was playing the game thinking it was a heap of ass. But there was just something about it. It was just so outlandish. Like the game was puffing out its chest going, I am AAA gaming. It was so bad. And yet, jumping around as Robin Hood, decapitating the villagers, the absolutely backcrap, insane voice acting and line delivery that the game had. It was mental. An absolutely mental experience. For some reason, it was also a survival game. You had to worry about your thirst and your hunger. God-awful inventory management involved. You built up your little tree village place, but you had to pre-decide where things go. You had to go mine ore. Genre bad. Yeah, it really felt like you just tasked an AI with making a game. And it gave us a game. There were cool bits about it. I actually like going around and liberating regions in Robin Hood. You save people or you disrupt tax collectors and whatnot. You get your money. You unlock more liberation of Nottingham and whatnot. But, oh man, where do I even put it? Because I actually had a fun enough time with this game despite how awful it was. May I put you in okay? Because again, this is my list and this is how much fun I had with the game. Does that correspond with the rating that I gave it? Hold that thought. Let me go and get what I need here, which is not you, but it is you. Yeah, that's the stuff. I rate all my long plays. I like making lists. What did I say about Sherwood Builders? I gave it 2 stars. That's 2 stars more than Diplomacy is not an option. You know, sometimes you have to admit that even though a game isn't very good, you have fun with it. And I had fun with Robin Hood Sherwood Builder. So it's going in okay. 1 more star than Infra. What did I rate Infra as? Trying to extract some consistency from my various ratings across the board is a hopeless endeavor. So don't even try. I like Rescue Embassy Mission. Very limited game, but something I highly enjoy. I think I played this during my birthday stream. I wanted to revisit some nostalgic games, which is why I played Draken as well. I think that's also where I played the firefighting game. Anyway, I like you, Rescue Embassy Mission. Pretty novel gameplay for the NES. Works well within the limitations. Great music. How much of this is nostalgia speaking? Maybe a bit too much. Yeah, too much of it. I'll put you down in okay. I suddenly looked at Lemmings and Draken and thought, well, it's not that good. Yeah, you're about on par with Robin Hood Sherwood Building. Oh, wow. Resident Evil Outbreak. Resident Evil Outbreak File 2. I love these games. And I had the absolute privilege of playing through them again with Dark Young and Irreverent Wellington and... forgive me, who was the 4th? Yeah, I managed to forget. Nitro was there. Oh, wow. The primordial friend soup. Now, I love Outbreak. It's not amazing. There are way too many flaws to call it amazing. But here's the thing that took me a while to realize, and when I realized it, a lot of things made sense. Peak is Resident Evil Outbreak, and that is why I love Peak so much. You're working together towards a common goal with your friends. Going off on your own is detrimental to just about everybody involved. You've got limited inventory spaces. You've got a time pressure. If you take too long in Resident Evil Outbreak, your virus meter goes up and you become a zombie. Take too long here and the fog will get you, or your hunger will get you, or something else will get you. Working together, why didn't we try that? Resident Evil Outbreak is let down by difficult netcoding, doesn't stay together very well, real chunky, there's a lot of problems with it. It was amazing playing back in the day though. Without being able to communicate at all, once the game started, you can chat in the lobby, but once you start the game, all you can do is use the in-game voice commands, and there were only about a dozen of them. Yes, no, okay, go, come, help, thanks, sorry. In the second one, they added a sorry button, and that's the only voice action they added. Baron, please. How many times has Dark Young uttered that? Anyway, I love Resident Evil Outbreak. I wouldn't really recommend it to a lot of people, because it's a pain in the arse to set up, and it definitely feels its age. But I'm a bit saddened that Capcom have never really put their heart into re-exploring this. There were plans for File 3. You can find files about File 3 within File 2. Okay, that's a confusing sentence. All they did was do... what was it? It was bundled with Resident Evil 3 Remake, and it was a really, really awful, similar thing where you have the mastermind working against others, and a similar-ish but awful thing. I actually met one of my old clan members playing that game. What was it called? It wasn't Operation Raccoon City, but something like that. Anyway, I love Resident Evil Outbreak. Up you going, great. And yet I wouldn't recommend it very well. Well, here's another game I certainly wouldn't recommend. Roller Coaster Tycoon Touch. Atari, yet again, molesting anything they can get their hands on. It's not a happy thing to look at. I wanted to give it a chance. When I see IPs dragged through the mud on mobile platforms, I give them a chance because I think someone, somewhere, must have the ambition of making a good mobile game. It can't all be shameless cash-ins. And Roller Coaster Tycoon Touch actually must have someone or some people that did want to make a good game. because there are actually really good mechanics at play here for the kind of rides you build, how you sort out your park. It does work really well, but it is plagued, absolutely plagued with the caching and stuff. Everything costs these, gems or tickets or tokens or whatever. So, you can't put down a second Ferris wheel until you have 15 ride tickets. How do you get ride tickets? Well, you'll get one a day. You need 15 of them. You'll get another 2 if you watch this advertisement, and I'll give you 50 if you give me $20. Absolute freaking awful trash. And it's even worse because there were really good systems in the game. Oh, just make that a premium game. Strip out all the freemium crap. I would have been very happy with it. I installed this on my tablet so I'd have something to do on a flight. Well, I explored all these things, but it was just sadness waiting for me at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, it is, Orlov. It is all the more terrible because it's a shame. Ah, how sad. Satisfactory wasn't sad. It took quite a long time, and it made a lot of people sad to see the way I build my factories in here. But you should see the way I build Factorio factories. They're a work of art. Anyway, Satisfactory is good. But how good is it? I wouldn't put it up in amazing. It wasn't that good. Because Satisfactory is a different beast. There's plenty of... And before anybody asks, no, I did not build my theme park. I still want to, but it requires a lot of time that I just don't have set aside for Satisfactory. It's its own beast. It's a very separate thing from Factorio. But it's great. Exploring the world felt good. Exploring the new technologies that you get felt good. Being able to burn your items for points that get used for XYZ felt good. Building a factory was not as satisfying as Factorio. Yeah, funny based on the name there, right? And I do put that down to perspective and scale. But yeah, Factorio is the king, but Satisfactory is worthy of its own boots. I'm very happy with it. So up there and great you go. Still a very top-heavy list. Where's the arse? Well, it's not here with Star Fox 64, also known as Lylat Wars. I actually re-watched a run of this game. There was a high-score run of it that I was interested in seeing. Amazing game. This is the first game I ever owned on the Nintendo 64. I'll take you way back to that magical Christmas, where me and my brothers, for Christmas, we got a Nintendo 64, and we each got a game. The Nintendo 64, of course, came bundled with Super Mario 64, so that was considered Mum's game. I'm from a family of gamers, so we all love our games, and we all had our specialties of gaming. So, what was it? Mother had Mario 64. I got Lylat Wars. I think middle brother got Turok, because he likes his violent games. But he might have gotten Killer Instinct. I think they had an N64 game. He got either Turok or a fighting game. Eldest brother, what did you get? Now, God knows, I was too enraptured with my own Star Fox. I think my dad got Wave Racer 64. What an awful game that was. Anyway, I got Lylat Wars, and it was so good. And I played it in my teens, and it was still so good. And I play it now, and it's still so good. Oh, it's great. I love it. Love Star Fox 64. The hammy voice acting, the all-range mode. Damn, destroy it now. Deploy it now. They aren't taking me seriously. Yeah, there's a lot to love about Star Fox 64, so up you go there. Favorite route in Star Fox 64. I like the easy route, actually. I think the worlds are more interesting down there. Especially the dual fight against Starwolf. I just wish it was harder. I know Macbeth is a classic, but I'm kind of tired of Macbeth. And how many routes are there? There's like 31 different routes in the game. Daddy screamed real good before he died. I mean, Jesus Christ. Pigma, come on. It also has the best scream I've ever heard in a video game. When you kill Andrew a second time, his scream is so authentic. It's wonderful. I know that's a weird thing to bring up, but I was thinking about it recently. When Andrew screams, you can feel his pain. It's like watching the opening to Seraphim Falls. Alright, let's move away from nostalgia and get into something that only looks nostalgic. Saving Princess. Metroidvania. Unfair bosses. Maybe it's a skill issue, but I don't think so. The bosses in this game are completely unfair. Just had to damage race most of them, or spend ages figuring out their pattern. And let's not talk about the final boss, because that was a misery in its own. Just not so fun. And I don't like Metroidvanias to begin with, so I'm going to put you down in poor. It was pretty neat in a lot of ways, but the downsides were just too much of a distraction. Damn, this guy is a gamer! Of course I'm a gamer. Been playing games all my life. There is not a memory of my life I have that don't involve, that precede, rather, video games. I've got plenty of non-video game related memories. I mean, jings, I had an adolescence. But first memories involve playing my first video games, which would be Swords and Serpents on the NES. Got a very, very old memory of playing Thomas the Tank Engine on the Super Nintendo. Good times. I think I might have even streamed some of that. Security of the Horrible Knights is okay. It might even be a little better than okay. Let me refresh my memory on this game. By exploring my mind, that is. So I picked this game up because, hey, I worked security many years ago in Scotland. So how could I not play a game that was both spooky and about working security? Game was a bit too quirky, game handled a bit rough, and it wasn't spooky is one of the big problems with it. But it was kind of heartfelt and charming. There was this cute bit where you bring all the ghosts together to do a final choir. There were funny lines at the end that reflected on your actions throughout the day. You know what? You were all right. You were all right. I think you were a bit too good to be left with the okay guy. I have warm, fuzzy memories of playing this game. It wasn't great, but I'm okay with you up and good. Seemed nice for what it was. Yeah, absolutely a charming game. And Charm got bun burrows up here. It can absolutely get security up here. Oh, here's another charming game. Shape Hero Factory. What if Factorio and Slay the Spire had a baby? Ooh. So you set up production lines akin to Satisfactory, akin to Factorio rather, but you're under quite a bit of time pressure, and then depending on how much you have produced, because you produce these titular heroes, they will then go up and do some auto fighting for you. And then you will get roguelite progression on what you can then build in order to make more heroes, to do some more auto-battling, etc., etc. It is absolutely great in terms of the ideas that it has, but the execution falters a bit. I'm sick of pick 3. So the fact that progression is roguelite style, pick one of 3 upgrades to proceed with, really doesn't work for me so well. The factory building is too limiting. I constantly found that I played more of this after I did the stream of it and worked my way up the Ascensions a bit. I constantly found that I just built everything and I was just waiting, because I was like, okay, well, I have this wonderful idea of a factory I want to build, but you have to wait for resources to amass, and I can't do it. There was a lot of frustration involved. And that brings it down, but not too far. Still impressed with the game overall, so you can stay in good tier. I love pick one of X things. Are you being sarcastic? Maybe you're not, but I am sick of it. It was cool for a while because it is a great way to bring replayability to something. You don't know what you're going to end up with, but it's not completely random. That's kind of cool. That's why in Slay the Spire, Busted Crown is so horrible, because suddenly you're not making choices. But it's just been so overdone. Right? There were only so many times gamers were willing to take rebranded Pac-Man in the 80s, and there's only so many times I'm willing to take pick one of 3 options in the 2020s. Singularity is held up by one line in the game where you are told, you must go back in time and kill yourself. And that is the one thing I keep looking back on and smiling about this game. Otherwise, it's a fairly lackluster FPS. Has some maneuverability of items like picking up barrels and lobbing it against monstrosities. It has some time warp and time paradox things. Yeah. games need to be rougher on their players these days. They need to be rougher on me. So having a game actually just look me in the eye and tell me to kill myself just made me feel all warm and fuzzy. Made me feel like all was right in the world again. That's all we used to do on the internet back in the day. Just tell each other to kill ourselves. When did it become such a bad thing to do? God, I love slurs. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about Singularity. Kind of a lackluster game, right? And I need to look at the store page to remind myself if it was okay or if it was poor. The only good thing about Singularity was the controllable bullet. Now, Mac's making his own lists here. Here, I'll bring it up. I mean, look how ultra generic this is. It's like I'm looking at Killzone. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I was like, oh yeah, this is ultra generic nonsense. I thought the manipulation of items was kind of cool, but I've done that better in other games. Yeah, I did it in Time Splitters, and Time Splitters is a much more charming game. Yeah, aside from that final line at the end that gave me a chuckle, you were a pretty poor game. Do you like games like Killing Floor? I love Killing Floor. Specifically Killing Floor 1. I thought Killing Floor 2 was a bit too flabby, and I haven't played 3, and I don't plan on playing 3. I really played Sons of the Forest. Okay, well, I don't like it. It's a pretty terrible game. Shows some promise, but it doesn't amount to anything. I just did not like the experience at all. Spooky Express is okay. And it's just okay. It's the same game as Railway Island. Exactly the same game. Lay down your train tracks to get your people to a destination, possibly via another place. And there are some interactions that work differently. So in Spooky Express, you could have people scared to death or people running around. It was charming, but not charming enough to get out of the mediocrity of okayness. But it was still nice to mix up our spooky list with. Star Trucker I didn't enjoy. I enjoy my trucking games. But there was just something about the 3D space I didn't like. I didn't like sorting out all the nonsense inside my truck. I didn't like going out and doing repairs. I felt like it had too many things that just took me away from the trucking experience. So nah, I was not enamored with you, Star Trucker. But I was interested in Star Sector. Whew, what a game. The early parts of it were very painful because it's a game that has a lot of information for you to digest, and chat with their usual patient, accommodating selves, able to lend me a helping hand and not at all screaming at me for blind incompetence. And thanks to that, we made our way through. I have a bit of an issue with it when I compare it to Battle Brothers, which is a very apt comparison, is that once you get late into Star Sector, I really feel this lack of payoff for what I've managed. You know, Battle Brothers, you can go diving into tough fights for legendary items and kit out your crew. Star Sector, you can do that, but it just... bleh. I didn't feel the love in the late game, but the journey towards there was pretty great. So I have no problem putting you over in great. I had a lot of fun in this. And of course, when I finished my run on stream, I did another run in my own time. Because you can play games so much faster when you're not streaming them, or at least I can. I spend way too much time yakking and bantering with chat, and it eats into just how much progress I can do in a game when I'm playing it myself. So I did another run, and it still solidified. Great game. Thank you to our Star Sector advocates in chat, I know Max is there as one of them, for harping on about how great a game it is, and of course voting it in the long play. Star Sector can be great, but also annoying. It's great overall. At least you can mod quite a bit of the annoyance out and away. I played the remaster of Stronghold, which is weird because they already had an HD remake like 10, 15 years ago. I didn't play much of them. I mostly just played them to see how good the remastering was. Did they add quality of life? Did they fix any issues? Did they add any new content? And overall, it's, yeah, pretty good. Pretty damn good. If I was rating Stronghold overall, then it would be right up there in great. Maybe with, I don't know. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Yeah, probably way up there in great. But I'm mostly looking at these as remasters, and they're pretty good jobs as remasters go. So up you go. 10 years more for the definitive edition. Oh, we're not done with Stronghold, it seems. I played Stronghold Chinese edition. Awful. What an apt reminder about just how far Firefly have fallen, because they had one good idea. Let's make a game about building and defending a castle. Great! Alright, let's expand on it, right? We'll take the same game and expand it by putting it in the desert. That was a done thing at the time. You know, Doom 2 was just more of Doom 1. Great. Then they thought, now we'll switch to 3D with Stronghold 2, and it took a big dip in quality. And they thought, okay, well, let's keep going in this direction. Let's make Stronghold 3. And what an aberration Stronghold 3 was. And it's like, no, you know what? There's 1 billion people in China. Why, if just 1% of them buy our crappy Chinese-flavored Stronghold, we'll be billionaires. Heinous game. How heinous? No, it's not Little Britain and Roller Coaster Tycoon heinous, but oh god, no. Chinese Stronghold wasn't that bad, says Baron. Audibly shaking my head here. Subliminal wasn't that bad. Fun wee perspective puzzle game. Why do I feel like there was a bit too much yapping going on in this? Probably because there was, right? But hey, as perspective puzzle games go, it was pretty good. I had one particularly bad moment when I was running through the game, but one bad moment in a puzzle game is pretty good going, considering how bad those moments can get. It was pretty good. Yeah, the ending was 100% yap, but the journey towards there was good enough. Yeah, you can't all be GLaDOS, can you? Ooh, we're starting to get into anomaly gaming. I thought I did more anomaly gaming than this. Whatever, we'll look at that some more later. 10 bells. You go through a pub and you try and look for anomalies. As anomaly games go, it wasn't very good because it was way too cluttered and it wasn't really that spooky or insidious or really anything. Does that make it terrible? Nah, I mean, it was short enough not to be offensive, and it was quite nicely detailed, but it's not bad enough to be terrible. But 10 Bells really doesn't bring anything towards the anomaly genre, so I was not enamored. I don't know what genre Thank Goodness You're Here is trying to be, but it was weird enough that one of my normie friends actually called me up and said, have you checked this game out? Because he's from Middlesbrough, so go figure, he felt the representation in this game. It's a very, very strange game where you play as a midget and you go and help out various upstanding English individuals with their everyday life. I don't know if I streamed this or not, but incredibly bizarre game. So bizarre I want to show it on Steam if we can. Thank goodness you're here. Yeah, there we go. It's got kind of like one of those Where's Waldo cartoony style things. And yeah, that looks like the Britain I know and love. Big Ron's Pie Shops. And the amount to which you're a midget varies quite a bit, but you're doing all sorts of weird things. There we go. Guy's got his hand stuck down the grating again. Sent down to the wells, helping out the flowers. It's just bizarre. What even genre is it? Is it a puzzle game? Not really. You just keep going and doing things that you're told to do. Guess it goes into the really nebulous genre of adventure. Oh, here we go, adventure. It's not actually a comedy. This is actually just a depiction of British life. No, not a comedy at all. More of a documentary, like Yes Minister. Well, where does that leave me? What am I meant to do with this thing? It was okay. It was entertaining as a nostalgic look at British life, but it wasn't really gameplay, so I can't put it up in good. Britain is a bit of a dark comedy, I would say. Fortunately, I don't have to subject myself to it anymore. Oh, still with the British gaming. The Excavation of Hobbs Barrow. 85% of this game was really good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the first 85% of this game was magnificent. I loved how it looked. The voice acting, delivery, and lines were sublime and superb. The puzzling that you did wasn't too obnoxious. I did get stumped at one point where I had to dig for worms and put them in an apple, right? But it was such an amazing depiction of modern Northern English life. Oh, it was great. But the game completely crapped the bed at the last 15%. Oh, it completely lost its marbles. How badly can a game be let down by its ending? This one pretty damn badly. I know what I said, McCain. Would have been great with that last 15%. If it had had a better ending, would have been very solidly and great. But it really left a bad taste in the mouth towards the end. Also, the whole final segment, it wasn't just like looking at a bad ending and going, ugh. The whole final segment was just completely away from the rest of the game in a very unpleasant sense. So I'll stick you down in good. I still look back on you fondly, just not all of you fondly. Steady now. I'm really hungry here. Scotch egg would go down a treat. Farmer was replaced. I didn't play enough of this game is what I can really say. I played a bit. I'm not much of a programmer, so I did not get particularly far with it. What I liked, though, was the concept and execution of the game, and what I wanted to do was watch other people play it. So I did ask around, see if anybody else is interested, and I did get to see some very interesting solutions from our Nix and our Alpha Gammo. So in this game, you code in faux Python to make this drone tend to a farm. But it's also kind of like an incremental idler game, because you need to grow your wheats and your pumpkins and your flowers and whatnot to get enough of those to do progression unlocks. Which I wasn't overly interested in doing lots of, but I was interested in the game enough to pick it up and have a look. But yeah, what I wanted to do was see competent programmers play this game and ideally have banter between themselves about their execution. That was good. I enjoyed watching it, but for me, I didn't play enough of it, and I never will. I'm not coming back to it. Someone managed to make Bad Apple in that. Ooh, impressive. Ooh, way, it feels like hours ago. Maybe it was hours ago. I was talking about how I had played a second Thief game. Yeah, here we go. Crime Simulator's here in poor. But what about Thief Simulator 2? Well, it's also poor. In a lot of ways, it's even worse than Crime Simulator, but it's more open world, which I quite liked. You know, you watch people's routines, see when they leave the house, who's around, is there a dog or whatever. Rather than being single scenarios of going on a crime spree, this is sandboxy. But there's no real payoff for it. It wasn't very fun. It's super janky. And in the end, I just did not have a particularly good time with it. I want this game right here, but made better. Don't exactly have time to come and hash out a design document on exactly how it should be done better, but I do want some kind of open world crime where doing the crimes, getting away with it is the focus. But hey ho, that game just did not deliver. I was unimpressed. I played Time Splitters 2. Oh, well, I certainly mentioned you early on. This is not Future Perfect. I really like Future Perfect. Time Splitters 2, though, just didn't have it for me. Maybe I'm getting too old and rusty for FPS like this, but there was a lot of cookie fun in Time Splitters Future Perfect. Time Splitters 2 felt a bit more like a played straight FPS of the age. And for that, I did not particularly enjoy it. It wasn't terrible, but it's funny because it's still got Cortez in it. But yeah, Time Splitters 2 didn't do it for me. What a shame. How about Hitman with no murders? Hitman is too on the rails. I mean, you can run and jump about in Thief Simulator 2, but Hitman, you are very tightly confined in that game. Magic Research, just okay? Yeah. The sequel, Magic Research 2, is very, very good. This is more like a proof of concept for it. And you don't need to play Magic Research 1 to enjoy Magic Research 2, so just play Magic Research 2. We did some clowning around in Hitman, yes, but I'd already covered it in the previous years, and I'm pretty sure I put it top of the pile. Trickshot Simulator. I made a lot of people very mad with my solutions in this game. I had good fun with it. Was that because the game was any good, though, or just because I was streaming it? Streaming it certainly did add quite a bit to it. It's a quite frustrating game in a lot of senses. It really captures the essence of doing trick shots. Or at least the kind of trick shots you do for posting videos online. Really, the gameplay just comes down to clicking or swinging your mouse at the correct, the absolute correct way. But it's quite satisfying the way it all plays out. It's like the fun of doing it at home without the not fun of having to clean up all your marbles or your coat hangers. I'll put it in okay. It's not something I'd pick up and play any more with, but I had my fun with it. Just not fun I'd have again. I knew we'd played more Anomaly games here. Twisted Gallery is 10 bells, but better. But not much better. It was fine. The difference between the big difference between 10 bells and Twisted Gallery is in Twisted Gallery you have one room to go and look at and spot for anomalies. And that's a lot more achievable and enjoyable than going through all the different stuff to look in the pub. Because the pub was littered with so many details, and you have no idea of knowing how small those anomalies are going to be. You have to pay attention to all the fingers and all the characters and all the paintings, because there's dozens of decorations on the wall. And I guess I won't know, because I never found all the... or did I? Oh, whatever. Anyway, Twisted Gallery was one gallery, well made. It was really just Exit 8 again, and it was fine. It was okay. Didn't do anything special, except the cat meme that I missed, so down in okay you go. Viewfinder was a bit better than okay. This game was way too much yakking. Way too much yakking. But the puzzles in it were very good. Take a photo, put the printed out photo against the world, and then you move entire parts of the landscape around you. And you can do that to punch holes through walls or create new passages that you can go through to proceed. Very enjoyable. Not very, very enjoyable, but it was a good game. I watched a speedrun of it, and it wasn't very good, because the speedrun, of course, just jumps through everything, misses the whole enjoyment of the game. Impressive, but nah. What the hell is this thing? So I'm hesitant to put it on the list, but we need some kind of outstander here. So this is a coin-pushing game. So here I am saying I don't play gacha. Well, there was nothing to win in this, really. I played a lot of 2-penny falls. I wasn't rich enough for 10-penny falls back when I was a wee lad. Probably what got me hooked on gambling, so maybe my parents should have thought twice about letting me loose on those things. But I found this when I was in the Philippines. Seemed a bit aged, but I fell in love with it, and I was just feeding my coins into it because there was a game to play in this. You wanted to position your coins so that you fell through a hole at a certain point to build up points. And when you got enough points, there was a little train that went around, an actual little model train in the upper segment you see here. And what that train would do is that it would go around, pick up loads of coins, and it would then dump them down. And it was so charming and so fun. And I mean, I can tell you about it, but why don't I show you it?
Magaling po kayo.
I'm just putting that out there. If that's not something that you could enjoy, you don't bleed like the rest of us. Oh, yeah, I like this thing a lot. As coin pushers go, it was pretty great. But let's remember, it is just a coin pusher. I had a lot of good fun. I think I had about as much fun playing that as I had playing, say, Lingo or Hobbs Barrow or any other ones here. So up you go. I love the penny falls, the big coin dump. It's always so exciting. How much did you win? Well, you weren't using money in that one. You had to exchange your money for coins, and then you use the coins on that. But in the Philippines, they use Monopoly money. So I think I paid the equivalent of €1 for a big bag of coins that I put into it. And then I got so many coins that I could bring it over to the prize counter and then exchange it for something. It's Asia, so big food culture, so half of the things you buy are food. So really what I did was I paid €1. I had a lot of fun playing this. I played more than that. You know, there were also the arcade games that I played. I took all my winnings and then I went over and it's like I bought myself an hour of entertainment and some candies and snacks for €1. So didn't win money. I don't think there's any way to win money in those. It's the Philippines, right? They're not there for you to walk away with more money than you went in with. Unbeatable. I had my eye on this game because it had a music track in another game that I played, Rhythm Doctor, I think it was called. The music track was so good that I actually went and scoured out the game, and the game seemed to be in development hell. I think I even played the demo, but I was waiting for the real thing to come out. It came out, and this game is bizarre. I don't know what it's trying to be. The story is completely off the walls. The voice acting is complete American cringe. The art is super America, Japan anime inspire. I have no idea where the game is going. I played it for a few hours. Couldn't play anymore because I could not handle the mental gymnastics going on in the game. But yeah, a very bizarre rhythm game. Similar to Muse Dash, actually. Yeah, the gameplay is pretty much Muse Dash with the whole jumping up or going down low for your approaching timing things, which, to be fair, I don't enjoy much. When it comes to rhythm games, I mostly just want DDR. I can't bring myself to hate the game. It's just too outlandish to hate. I didn't really have any fun with it, but it was very vibrant. So I'm going to leave it not played enough. I think I'd need to beat the game to actually have a final opinion of it. I'm not sure I ever will. Also, I never found that song. The song that made me play the game, I couldn't find it. Even when I went on to free play mode, I couldn't find that freaking song. The song is... I forget. Worn Out Tapes is the name of the song. Worn Out Tapes. I won't play it here and now for obvious copyright issues. But I love that song so much, I put it on repeat for 2 days. Until I finally had heard enough of it. Whispers. So I was curious about this game because it was a game about a lassie who has crash landed on a planet. And you are her mission control and you need to talk her through figuring things out. It's actually Lifeline. Yeah, well, I never actually made the connection till now, but yeah, it's Lifeline. Lifeline being that god-awful PlayStation 2 game we had to talk some girl out of killing herself. So, it is a weird AI game. I'm a little bit curious what can be done with AI in gaming. I don't really have much of a horse in the race, but the kind of curiosity I have is, could you have AI characters in a game that give you good dialogue that keeps on going? The end goal here for me is Rune Factory, but your characters or the people in your town never really run out of things to say and do. That might be a lofty ask, but I don't think it's impossible. I mean, I don't have enough information to say what could possibly be done there, but it is something I'd like. When I play Rune Factory 4, it would be nice if, even after a year, they still have more dialogue. But, you know, it does come to an end eventually. It'd be nice to see things evolve a bit more. Anyway, this game ain't it, Chief. Not by a long way. The lassie just cannot follow instructions very well. And it is just being fed into an LLM live. You can't play this game offline. And it has some horrific bugs. If you do ever drop connection, it can reset you. Reset me all the way to, back to the start at one point as well. Deeply unpleasant game to play. Pretty sure I refunded it. Overall, not a good display of what I'm sure will eventually be achieved, but they were trying something. Yeah, and I didn't have my fun with it very much, but I'm sure something will eventually come along that does manage that. If anyone tries implementing that, I will remember your name and blame you, is what Orlov was saying to Majro. Because Majro was saying, I'd love to see a modern AI applied to a Paradox title. The game itself can answer the question of, how the hell did this happen? It's not doing a very good job of explaining why things don't happen currently. Tried to form Al-Andalus as Granada, and it said, yeah, you fulfill all criteria. And then it wouldn't let me press the button. After some digging, it did not like my capital being on the other side of the Mediterranean. So I had to move my capital 20 meters to change it. Worldwide Rush. What a letdown of a game. So Worldwide Rush is a modern answer to Transport Tycoon. But it's not a very good one. It's missing features. It's not very enjoyable. The AI is kind of crap at it. We don't play TTD for the AI either. It's just not very good. I gave it an honest-to-God try, and there was just no real payoff for it, so I'm slapping it down in poor. Nothing actively painful or offensive to drive it lower, but it wasn't very good at all. It did seem like... I picked it up on release. It did seem like they were going to continue working on it, but... yeah, maybe work on it before release, because... don't know about you guys, but I've got a lot of games. I've got a lot of games. So why would I stick around for one that will maybe get better? I think I crashed the list here. Yeah, I got a fair few games. I cannot emotionally invest myself into waiting around to see if a game is going to get good or not. Yeah, sorry, something caught in my throat. Yellow Taxi goes vroom. I actually think I played this at the end of last year after I'd already done my year in review. Very charming game, but it did teach me exactly why platformers have a jump button. I know Fishlips loved this game. I can't say I loved it, but I did like quite a bit of it. Is it good or is it okay? Because it's certainly on the positive end of the spectrum here. It's very frustrating. But it is novel, it is charming. Again, I really like the PS1 aesthetics, those crunchy looking textures. And so Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom is basically you're playing, I don't know, Mario 64, but instead of jumping, you just accelerate a lot. You know, sometimes you freeze in the air to accelerate in certain directions. There's a lot of movement tech. Ramping off of ramps and then bursting in certain directions. Yeah. I can't put it down in okay. It is good for what it brings to the table. And it did bring some interesting stuff to the table. Yoku's Island Express, pinball game. And it was an okay pinball game. Not great, not terrible. I like my pinball... well, not really, but pinball for me is okay. I don't trip over myself to run up and play a pinball table, but it can be fun. It was okay. Completely inoffensive. Ooh, WarioWare. I love WarioWare. Love WarioWare Gold, love WarioWare Touched. Have a special space in my heart for WarioWare DIY. Get It Together. The latest WarioWare game, which this is not, has kind of gone down the pan a bit. But this is from aeons ago. The games are much simpler and far fewer of them. It's kind of the bedrock of the series. How can I hate WarioWare? I can hate it because I just barely failed the challenge, but this is where the WarioWare games grew up from, right? Is this even the first in the series? Okay, we gotta pay homage to this one. Bearing in mind that that's a Game Boy Advanced title. Yeah, I love me some WarioWare. I love the characters, I love the games, I love the fast-paced action, and I love the challenge associated with it. And no way in hell am I putting it below Yellow Taxi. Yeah, the UFO 50 of its time. And this has more than 50 micro games, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty happy with that one. Whew, that's a lot of games, man. My throat is going. Don't know if I'm coming down with something or if I've just yacked too much already today. Was that the famous Japanese castle game? No. The original Japanese castle was Wario Land, not WarioWare. Last year's game of the year would have been UFO 50 if it was on the list, almost certainly. But yeah, let's take it top to bottom, because maybe the printing is small for you if you're watching on a mobile, or maybe there's no printing at all and you don't even see it. But I need another drink here. I'm flagging. The Japanese pagoda. Literally called Japanese castle ending. And that was what I was tasked to do. Alright, so my game of the year is Peak. I was talking about it at length when it came up, but I think this game is amazing. In fact, we're going to have some more of it later today. There should be a new mountain, right? So how about we try and peak for the new year after doing some marble races. Battle Brothers, as if there's any competition there. Amazing game. Detroit Become Human. Doubters get clanked, because that game is... This experience is incredible. Good old Factorio Space Age, no surprises there. And KCD2, amazing. Great games, Backpack Battlers, love it. Blood Typist, Blueprint, Cauldron, whoop. Contra, Crow Country, Kindergarten, Nubby's Number Factory, Pokemon Yellow Legacy, very important, Yellow Legacy. This is not Pokemon Yellow. Pokemon Yellow would probably just go down to okay. It needs the quality of life stuff. You can catch all 151 here, by the way. There's even a special post-game segment where you go and rebattle the gym leaders, and then you slaughter Professor Oak, and then he alludes to some kind of puzzle where you can find Mew. Very cool. Love My Outbreaks 1 and 2, Satisfactory, Star Fox 64 aka Lilac Wars, and Star Sector. I hope someone's keeping count of these. Someone was asking how many games, and I don't know, but it seems like a lot. The good games include a game about digging a hole, Ages of Conflict, As Dusk Falls, Backpack Hero, Birthday's the Beginning, Cole LLC, Crazy Machines, Crypt Master, Dawnfolk, Decimate Drive, Deconstruction Simulator, Draken, Eclipsium, what a mind screw you are, Execute, Expelled, Is the Seat Taken, Kaizen, A Factory Story, Lemmings 1, Lemmings 2 The Tribes, Lasaria, Lingo, Lingo 2, Mech Warrior 5, Mega Man 5, specifically for the Game Boy, Megabonk, Nancy Drew and the Deadly Device, Open Hexagon, Overboard, Packrat Down the Bun Burrows, Security Horrible Nights, Shape Hero Factory, Stronghold Crusader Definitive Edition, Stronghold Definitive Edition, or is it? Yeah, it is definitive. Wasn't sure if it was remastered, remade, or whatever, but yes, definitive. Subliminal, The Excavation of Hobbs Barrow, Viewfinder. What is the name of this coin-pushing machine? It was called Western Dream. You want to look up for yourself? This coin machine is called Western Dream. Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom and WarioWare Inc. Microgames. ASA, A Space Adventure, is just okay. Not good, not bad. Same can be said for the CDI Zelda homage RZ, the ABC Murders, Bat to the Heavens, Batman Arkham Asylum, Date Everything, Digzium, Firefighter Ignite, Freedom Wars, the PC remaster, Gun, Haste, Hiranya, Let Them Trade, Magic Research 1, not 2. Magic Research 2 is a very, very good incremental game. Minutescape, Nancy Drew and the Labyrinth of Lies, Railway Island, Robin Hood the Sherwood Builders. They said more would be coming. Keeping my eyes open for that. Rescue the Embassy Missions, also known as Hostages, I think in the States. Spooky Express, thank goodness you're here. Trickshot Simulator, Twisted Gallery, and Yoku's Island Express. I have not yet played enough to give a tier to Europa Universalis 5, Farthest Frontier, Invictus, the Super Mario World ROM hack, The Farmers Replaced, and Unbeatable. Of these 5 games, only 2 of them are actually going to be played more, unless I hit my head and decide that Unbeatable should be played some more. Like, I'd rather watch somebody else play it. It's just... There's only so much you're willing to go out on a limb for a game. And I'm right at the edge of my tippy fingers for unbeatable here. Yes, I've actually got my eye on that coin-pushing roguelike. Or roguelite. But it's not out yet, or if it is, it's an early access one or t'other. That, or I'm thinking of a different game. Blacksmith Ignite the Forge, I'm sorry to say, it is poor. A lot of unrealized ideas there, or the ideas that were realized just weren't very good enough. Also poor is Brazilian Drug Dealer 3? I get the full name here. Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. I opened a portal to hell in the favela trying to revive Mitaya. I need to close it. What a beautiful people. Crime Simulator, Dungeon Tycoon, Dynasty Warriors Origin, Edge of Eternity, Genshin Impact, High Seas High Profit, Keep On Mining, Mindustry, Mini-City Mayhem, Monster Hunter Milds, No, I'm Not a Human, Our Adventure Guild, Pico Park, Plan B Terraform, Please Touch the Artwork 2, free by the way, Rift of the Necrodancer, River Towns, Saving Princess, Singularity, Star Trucker 10 Bells, Thief Simulator 2, Time Splitters 2, Whispers of a Something Something, and Worldwide Rush. Okay, even I don't know what Whispers is. Did I write down a full name somewhere? Whispers from the Stars is the name of that AI Save the Silly Lassie game. Who made Jake play Genshin Impact? Well, Hamster says it's the best thing since sliced bread, and Hamster's got great taste, so I figured I would give it a go. He didn't tell me to, I just decided of my own accord I wanted to see what the fuss is about with Genshin. Anyway, Beat Trip Runner is pretty terrible, and I'm not the biggest fan of rhythm games that aren't DDR to begin with, but it's just really bad. So's Daymare, despite the voice lines. Diplomacy is not an option, it's just more... they are billions. Don't Say 21. Escape the Back Room. Whatever this arcade game was, I'm not going to double check. Happiness Double Room. Knowledge or No Lady. Madison. My wife threw out my card collection, so I bought the dump to find them all. Nancy Drew. Both Creature of Capu Cave and Secret of the Scarlet Hand. Pharaoh A New Era. Absolutely lives up to its name of pain. Pilotwing 64. Also painful. Repo, Ricci City, Risky Rain 2, Sons of the Forest, and Stronghold China Edition. But the absolute stinkers of the lot. Oh, God. Army Men, the god-awful RTS that it is. Captain Planet, the horrendous NES game. Cruelty Squad, a game made of hate and despair by Finnish Mind. Dragon Age Veilguard, and god-awful quippy experience. Killing Room, Lex Mortis, Little Britain. Strong contender for the worst game I've ever played. And Roller Coaster Tycoon Touch. Incredibly predatory, although there are good mechanics to be had there. I think this is the only game in the bad section I have something good to say about, but the bad is so bad that it still lives down here. Killing Room doesn't deserve it down there. Well, Young, yeah. By all means, show us how it's done. I think you even alluded to it. You were like, oh, I'll give that a go, right? Oh, we baby Jake, I just can't handle his shooty games. I'll show him how it's done. Those are the words that I heard. Whether or not you said them, I don't know. It's like 5 or 6 quid. You have fallen into my trap once again, Dark Young. Because you know what time it is. It's time for Marble Madness. We are going to get our marble races going, and I am going to gift games to the winners. Stipulation being that your game has to be something from the tier list here. I don't care if you want my Game of the Year peak or if you want the utter trash right at the bottom. Assuming that it can be bought, right? I'm not going to get you Little Britain. Has to be available on Steam or GOG or similar. But you know, Dark Young, if you win, you've already chosen your game. How generous of you. Spare my wallet with some Killing Room. Ooh, I wonder if Killing Room is on sale. Let's have a wee look, shall we? Killing Room is currently 60% off. Wow. Unfortunately, I cannot gift from my obvious home here in the Philippines, but I set up a second account in the most expensive region so I can still gift games on Steam. Thanks. Thanks, Gabe. All right, let's move on to the Marble Madness. I'll save this, but I'll save this in due time. Getaway browser. And let's go and get our marbles going. Doesn't seem to last until the 5th. Yeah, I got time. I set up a separate Steam account just for gifting games, so I'll reach out to our winners and get them their things. That said, you gotta win first. Absolutely have to win first. And the thing is, what if I win? Then I get some stuff. I like that one, Pepper. It's a good idea, isn't it? Costs me more, but since when has that been a problem? Also, do I still have a setup for marbles? What do you mean I don't have a setup for marbles? Bear with me just a second. I need to get my stuff that I need for the marble races here. Where in the world are they? Get me my miscellaneous. You know, a clever person would have had this set up ahead of time. Oh, it's because it's set up for peak. I was thinking, why is this not what I'm used to? Even my setup here is telling me that I need to play some peak. All right. That doesn't seem right at all. Chat is not normally like that. Let's just clamp down on chat. Shove you in the bottom corner, although that might not be the right corner. I swear I put you somewhere. May or may not be there. And part of our problem is chat's completely opaque. Let's make you see-through. Hey. Right, how's this done again? Okay, looks like it's linked in. I haven't touched marbles in ages. Did I even do one last year? Good lord. Okay, so let's get the rules out of the way first and foremost. Once we start the game, you got to hit !play. Don't do it before that because you'll look like a numpty. And if anyone's feeling vindictive, you might get kicked out and not get a chance to do it at all. You're all going to be rolling down, and the winner gets a game from me. I'll write you down, and I will get in contact when the stream is done to get you what you need. But, you know, given that it's right around Christmas time, you can choose to be generous. If you forego your victory, I'll let second and third place both get a game of their choosing. How about that? What would you say is your favorite game of all time? DDR, Dance Dance Revolution, definitely. My top 5 will include Rune Factory 4, 999, and I'd have to think quite hard about the other ones. All right, let's play. So let's see if I can do this myself. Oh, here we go. I can join. Hey! !play in chat. Did I say it was join? Oh, I feel bad if I did say that to anybody. Here we go. Nick's Quality wants his refund from all those NTR games he's been gifting me on Steam. Well, no, I don't think they were all NTR games, but there was definitely a theme amongst them. 50 Food Wasted is there, Vokron is there, Greyvoid is here, Krebsig is here. I need to get my controls back, right? I thought there was a way to move slower. Oh well, be that as it may. I'm trying to figure out the controls again here. Ah, well, no worries. Let's get it started, shall we? Begin. How many of you are there? 174 of you. Nobody's odds look particularly good. Just got to get lucky, right? All right, they are off first. They got to clear. Little triangles. They're off at a not very big speed here. But, oh, they feed through really fast. I saw Kruzak making his way down. And then through the spiky pachinko. Off on the wee bolly bits there. And then they're going down. And who do we have coming out? Well, Poland is there. This is going to be the single biggest cash injection to Poland that there has ever been if you win. Get down the wee splits here. You got to get towards the buckshot at the end. I have a feeling that when you get to the end, it's going to be a case of who can nail the target. If I had to guess. Can Pawn Cakes or Wind Tears or Chronomus be one? I'll tell you who won't be. A gaming monkey. What an absolute monkey. Complete failure. Off the edge they go. Poland, get ready to take your shot. Gearing up for it. And... what does that even mean? Oh, I see. You've actually got to get the most accurate shot here. So who gets in the middle the best? Ishani X does so far. Black wins at a good shot of it. Martin, trying and failing. Some people just bounce off, possibly from other people's balls. Nick's quality tried and failed. Looks like Ichi is holding on to the best center here. Anybody left to try? No, they are not. Well done, Shanix. Check those final results there. There we go. You get points based on how accurate you were there. You beat out Ollie. You beat out 50 Food Wasted. So there's the question. Ahem. What game do you want, or would you rather send off the gift of giving to Itchy and to 50 and Ollie? You're just saying nice. Well, I didn't have nice on my list here. What's Ollie saying? Close and yet so far. Oh, might still be close enough. What's it going to be, Shanix? Oh, well, maybe you need a reminder of the games that we had there. Can I do such a thing? Year in review? Year in review? Yeah, there we go. Look at all these games. And I'm not hanging around here. You got to make your decision. Don't tell me you came into this without a plan for winning. Greed is good, but hurting Jake's wallet is better. Can't believe this freaking guy. Yeah, take this as a lesson to everybody else. Better think about what you want. I'm not a patient man. In fact, I'm getting more impatient by the moment. Shut your mouth, guys. Yeah, true leveler knows what he'd ask for. He'd ask for peace and goodwill for all men. You know fine well Time Splitters 2 isn't available. That's a PlayStation 2 game. Freaking guy. Alright, you got 10 seconds to make a decision or I'm out of here. Chance squandered, I'd say, says Pepper. Pepper isn't even high up on the list to have a dog in this race. Yeah, pressure got to you. Yeah, you got no time then. Alright, Ishani has squandered the opportunity. Ollie, clearly, as someone that can make a decision on the spot, what would you like? Ollie 6108. There's no way I'd win, no point preparing what I'd want, Sellsword Raven puts through their mind. Oh my god, nobody wants to win here. Something wrong with these people. Alright, well, clearly nobody around here has the guts for winning, so that's obviously going to be our warm-up race. Complete waste of time people here. It's alright. Now we all know how it works, okay? They've merely squandered their opportunities. Get this out of here and get us back to the races. Okay. Let's get moving, shall we? Where shall we go? Coils of Power. Well, that reminds me of Deadly Device. Let's go for that. All right, now that you clearly know not to squander your opportunities, let's get going. Hit exclamation mark play to join in. I'm not pretending not to see anything. He was way too slow. I can't stand people that can't make a decision, right? People joining in here thinking, oh, I'll never win. Such defeatist thinking. Claude wouldn't do that. All right, let's get going. 140 of you in. Few seconds left for the stragglers. And they're off. Got to get down into the hole. I don't know if these coils do anything. I assume not. I mean, are they even part of the level here? Oh, they're zapping some of you. Actually, it looks like they're zapping you with super speed. Although I'm not sure if that'll help you going down the hole. All right, who's coming out in front here? Bestia Oris getting shot. Getting faster for it or just flinging over. Who knows? You dodged a little shield in the way there. Looks like you have a decent advantage over others. Can you maintain it, though? Oh, the game still thinks you're in first place, so good job to you. Threw around all the coils here, but it's not just coils, right? There's this way down here. People going through these spongy dice. Some people getting stuck in them like this absolute loser. Yeah, Grey Void, what are you made of here? Krebsig's on a rampage to win, though. But so's Quintuple Down, who is infuriating me by having different names in different places. By Miriact, absolute loser. Off they go. How do you lose at marbles? How is it scientifically possible? Bye, Freaky Win. Oh, Krebsig's not here to lose. Krebsig is here only to win. Oh, they got teleported back. What a shame. What an absolute dunce. Quintuple won't make that mistake. Where others will fail, Quintuple will rise to the peak. Excellent job. Rakuso and Kiryu are coming on in. Those spongy dice are doing the thing, and just, oh, what an unloading of marbles. Did I see Helden there? I'm pretty sure I saw Helden there. Choice words to that cheeky northerner. Well, the deaths keep on rolling in, but the important thing is that we have our winner. Hey, can I travel through this? Well, yes and no. We've got the death wall approaching for those that are too slow to make it. Bye-bye, nameless one. You will not be remembered. Rindraka, not enough Daka. Oh! Wow. Saved by the bell. All right, Quintuple Down, you've had loads of time to reflect on using multiple names, but also on choosing your victory game. And Quintuple has decided to share the wealth and double the joy. Rakuso and Kiryu, what would you like for your New Year game here? Whilst I write down in my little book of grudges the people who win and what they want. Right. Kiryu wants EU5. Surprised you don't already have it, but sure thing. At least you're easy to get in contact with. Kiryu EU5. Is that even what it shows up here saying? Yes. Thank you, Quintuple, for your generosity. Okay. And Rakuso wants Factorio Space. I'm not going to light on my wallet, are we? Factorio Space Age. An excellent choice, by the way. Space Age didn't get up to the top by being mediocre, that's for sure. And that is going towards Rakuso. Playing the long game, I see. Thank Jake, not me. I'm not giving it to them willingly. If it was just you asking for one game, it'd be a bit lighter on the old wallet. Alright, get me out of here. How do you get me out of here? Race menu, please. Yes, that sounds about right. Well, there is one decision I want you to make, Quintuple. Which race will we go for? Huh, they're not all listed here, are they? What's that? You want random? Okay, very good. We're going for the slippery slopes. Fascinating. You know, I could have sworn there was a way to limit it. There we go. Let's be extra cruel for this one. Subs only here. Let's go. There has to be some mediocre reward for subbing around here all the time. I do not do a lot for subs. And not to be cruel, but I don't particularly want to. I don't want to be that kind of stream where we're at the beck and call of only what people with money to put forward are wanting. Also, we would turn into a place that turns into sheer misery, I'm sure. The new RimWorld DLC, I haven't touched it. Anomaly was pretty bad. And if there was another one, then I've forgotten what it was. Oh, yeah, the spaceship one. I wasn't interested. The 500% run that I did of RimWorld, which I think was actually 2 years ago now, it doesn't feel that far away, was so conclusive for me that I have no hunger for RimWorld for quite some time. All right, let's go. Everybody's name is Blue because they are subs. Some exceptions are for people, I think, who have special Marble accounts, maybe moderators. Baron, for example, what's he going on with? Also, the admin abuses here. Right, Dark. Yo, he really wants Killing Room. He'll have his Killing Room. What are the odds here? 1 in 68, it seems. Come on, Dark Young. If he wins, you know, I get my entertainment as well. There's no way he wouldn't show us how it's all done. He's already said, you know, he would if he had it. It's just so expensive. So come on, Young, slip down that slope. Avoid those rocks like a pro. No, he's being outdone. Killer Adler is making his way through, but can he get through the hole? Ooh, he's getting pegged instead of going in the hole. Must be a common problem for you, but not for Dark Young. He's all the way down there. He can taste victory. He's just got to get through the spiky spikes. Come on, get around the side. You'll be fine. Who is that nameless ball? Could it be the nameless one? No, Joss V sensed weakness and is exploiting it as they make their way down. Down, down, and down and round. Hey, Jake, here's... and I missed whatever else that was going on. Sounds like it involves effort. What a shame. All right, I wonder if anyone can pick up enough speed to actually jump over there and make a shortcut. If they can, and they don't fall off doing it, they'd be able to get around Joss, but Joss looks like they've got this one in the bag. I bet they love having things in bags. All right, good. Don't waste time on the turnaround. Get your arse down there. Stop hitting the stalagmites. They stand mightily. Ooh, taking that corner a little roughly. If somebody can come in and preserve some speed, they might be able to make up some distance here. A lot of different ways that this one can go down and around. Oh, no! Touching ball with Dark Young. But wait, this might be good. Certainly good for Dark Young to get back this way faster. Reverse momentum. Ooh, starting the year right. Who's going to come out on top on this in terms of the order? Oh, lots of them are falling off, though. Got a lot of touching balls going on there. It's balls from Monkey all the way over to... Is that Billy Daroo? All right, Goose knows to solo the balling. They're off on their own. They don't need any help if they can just make it through the spikiness. And they are jumping all the way around. Oh, look at that threading in the needle. Almost clinical. Don't stop now. You were having such a good time. Oh, you've sacrificed it all. What is that mystery ball? I don't know. Can Goose pip Dark Young at the post here, though? Maybe it's like a ghost ball. No, Dark Young, not up the way down. Joss v. Goose and Dark Young having a 3-horse race here, but who can come out on top? The balls have crossed. Baron's coming in at the final moment. Is it 2 final? Oh, no, they've got to shoot accurately into the hole. Oh, so close. But Goose indeed pips Young at the post. Now all the balls come throwing in. And we get to see those that just can't quite make it. Off you go, Baron. Wow, we're not playing peak yet. Come on. The Fox Tattoo is down and out. Almaim Q is gone. But we've got Goose 91. What speedrun game are you looking for now? And who is that Herculean exemplar that just entered the basket? The death wall will be on its way, but I think everybody has it I think everybody has it. Yeah, get out of there, Zingus. Dingus can outrun the death barrier. Can he land the finish? Yes, he can. Excellent work, everybody, but mostly Goost 91. So what'll it be, Goost? What will it be, Goost? Playing and then just going off to the bathroom, it seems. I'm not planning on speedrunning it, but I've been eyeing blueprints for a while. Oh, very good. An inspired choice. I like seeing people grabbing games that I enjoy. The blueprint seems like misery to speedrun because of the RNG, but who knows? Maybe when you reach a certain level of being good at the game, the RNG becomes less of a factor. But for casual play, what a horrible experience it was. Blueprints. You know, it's a wordplay of blueprint. Because you're deploying all these blueprints. Anyway, that's for Goost. Again, I will be in touch after the stream. Possibly tomorrow, to be honest. I'm starving to death at this rate. Very notably, not being generous and sharing the spoils with his cohorts in chat. So I guess Dark Young doesn't get to show us killing him. Oh, shut. What a shame. Some monsters around here. Alright. So go random again. The funnel. Funnels aren't that exciting. What about the Tundra Tumble? Ooh, I love tumblers. Alright. Let's not be so stingy with the subs only anymore. Everybody gets in. Could we have a race with just Dark Young? Yes, we can. If everybody doesn't join and just lets Dark Young go, we can... Oh. You know, this is an excellent opportunity to find the panhandlers around here. People who, you know, don't do anything, no contribution whatsoever, and then they come on just to try and panhandle for a victory in the marble racing. I got my eye on you, Richie of York, and how very befitting that you'd be from the north. These freaking guys. Yeah, first time chatters, what are they like? Anyway, let's close that off for entrance and get going. 155 of us. Father Loris joins in at the final moment. Oh, I know what it's like. All those commissions have been drying up, so he's got to come here and panhandle his way to buying video games. I understand, man. Did you ever continue doing the art streams, by the way? Never mind that. How are we faring here? Bestia Oris there, doing alright at the front. Hard to see the names as they're moving around so fast. Only just cotton onto you. Mr. Gongon. 50 Food Wasted is there. Spectre is there as we eye up the titular tumblers coming along. I thought lurking is the highest form of existence. Yeah, and you break it by doing first time in chat panhandling. Anyway, this might sound spiteful, but not at all. I admire the game. Admire the hustle. Oh, it's a bit too narrow. Not everybody's making it through. They're falling to their deaths. What a shame. What a shame. Bye, Bobsicle. Bye, Kaladin. Bye, Lipips. Well, Mr. Gongo. Immediately getting through the tumbler. Very, very good. But can you make use of it and actually proceed on? Or is anybody going to make it through faster? Oh gosh, you're having a bit of trouble there. Ooh, Drynate made it through. Runik's going through. Haha, Nestmare, as people get tumbled and tumbled, and Nakiri's up there at the top. True Leveler's getting truly leveled inside the tumble dryer. Oh, but it's looking very, very good if your name is Drynate. Unbelievably good, just don't smudge the finish. Fall right in there. Looked like you were going to be pipped by one of the faster runners like Runik. But well done, Drynate. You've done what you set out to do, which is win. And I mean, you're going to start the year the way you're going to live the year. By being a complete and utter winner. And then there are some people who, starting their year, how they're going to live it, being stuck in a tumble dryer. How's it going, True Leveler? Don't forget to clean the lint out of the filters, please. Pepperan bringing up the rear. The mod sword wing. Oh, the slowest of the slow. Captain Slow. The Black wins. It's all right. He still gets in there. Well done, Drynate. Good job. Excellent job. Yeah. How about the other people that are going to live out their year as complete and utter DNF? I don't know what it stands for, but I'm sure the F is for failure. Chump Row, putting the miss in Miss Morrigan Nightshade. Lip pipped at the post. Did not. I know. That is the joke. It hurts. Anyway, enough thinking about losers. Let's think about glorious winners like Drynate. Lots of good choices, but they want Mech Warrior 5. I enjoyed the game a fair bit, so by all means, it will be yours. I will write it down in my book of grudges. Drynate, all lowercase. How bizarre. I'll be in contact. Mech Warrior 5. All right, let's do 2 more. Gonna have 1 more sub only, and then 1 no holds barred. All right, what are you thinking? Death Alley? Now, I'm pretty sure we've done Death Alley, and it's not nearly as exciting as it sounds. Portal Alley. The portals are kind of fun. I want more of those. All right, let's go. Only those who are subservient may join in, though. Let's go. Jake, really generous today. Well, I was looking at the names of the games and I was like, how cheap are these? Factorio never goes on sale, right? And I gotta pay in the most expensive thing possible or else it can't be gifted. Maybe I can find some ways around that. Anyway, join in and let's get going. I spy 1 Pufo. I spy Fishlips. Fishlips is just so poor these days. He's got to win what he can get his grubby wee hands on. He's got to grab all the paid-for games for Archipelago. Acronymus was right out of there, like a snake out of a drain pipe. But he's not alone. G-Pick's hot on his heels until they just get blocked by the dice. The collisions are sending people flying, though. What kind of flying? Hard to say. They're not going all the way down there. It looks like it's shoving some of them out to safety as it happens. But Jimmy C doesn't need safety. He just needs to plow on through. Just like Tycho Ambrose. He cannot peek, but maybe... Wow! Schwarzer! That is how you freaking do it! You broke. Okay. Well, I'll be damned. Schwarzer got that one nailed. Rifled in. Listen, there was never any rules against cheating here in the marble races. Mui hoi hoi. Clearly a Brazilian has joined the team. Sia is trying to crawl into 3rd place, but failing miserably, I might act, allowing Kevin the Caveman to come in for 3rd. And then a bunch of other losers that don't even matter. Well done, Schwartz. That was incredible. And they waste no time listing their demands. They want farthest frontier, and unlike the others, they've said please. Well, it pleases me that you're so greedy that you would not gift your win to 2nd and 3rd place. Well, let me put you down in the old book of grudges. SCHAWTZER. Probably easier to type on a German keyboard. And they want farthest frontiers. I'll make it so. All right, 1 last run before it's time for peaking. And nobody's asked for peak. Oh, I also want to pay homage to the absolute losers, of which there were many. What do they have to say for themselves? Once Trick Shot Simulator. I haven't finished a single race. Oh, don't worry, Bobsicle. Nice guys do finish last. But I guess the implication there is that they finish. I don't think I've even finished a race. Peak is very cheap. There's no point asking for it. Yeah, if you're just thinking with money, you're clearly outside of the festive mood. What's wrong with these people? Everyone has peak. Yeah, that's a bit more of an altruistic argument there. All right, one last one. What do we do? What do we do? Temple of Steve. We've got a nice long one here. Can we sort by average time? Pretty sure we've done quite a few of these. Slippery Slope was apparently a long-ish one. Christmas morning! Oh, gotta do that, right? Don't worry, non-subs. You can get on in now. All right. Come now or forever hold your peace. Ooh. Now, this is how I want to spend my year. In bed. Looks like they even got those kinds of fancy pillows for your neck. I got one of those. Not for my neck, though. It just seemed kind of firm, and I like a good firm pillow. A little preview of what's coming. Got to get through... Is this a Christmassy thing? Looks like a combine harvester, frankly. Got to get through the rotating hairbrushes. Down along, through the moving wooden boards. Into what I imagine is some kind of portal. Get pegged, get out, get blended. Oh, it's shaped like a snowflake. Down the bowling round here. Do another combine harvester. Don't get zapped. Or maybe do. Didn't seem to hurt you before. Got a long way down. Don't get blocked by the boards. If you time it just right, then you'll probably still get blocked. And you finish here. Oh, Santa's got his wee tootsies coming down the chimney. All right, very good. We're starting in 10. That's quite the course. All right, get off my bed. I've had to say that in the past. Right. Really doesn't look like it'll give much momentum. Pufo, no. Oh, Pufo taking the side strats. All right, looks like you need to get caught in this and dragged up. So who's getting dragged up the fastest? Any eyes on it? Lazy Bum Valentinas. Not only that, you're avoiding all of the wee spinning hair pieces. Can you navigate the wooden spirally thing? If you don't get knocked, you might be doing a half-decent job of that. Going through the center might not be the best. Paratha found the way, and they portal on through. Oh, I missed this. They're going up through the wee scented candles. I've got one right next to me, actually. I was wondering where the end point of that portal was. 2-horse race so far as they go down through the pecking order. Who's that? That's Cruel Fato. Orlov's here, Pepper's here. Not a very fast one, not a very glorious one, but you just got to get out here. And who's this? Finian's trying to get out through first. Who do we see poking their eyes through? Finian, Miss Morgan Nightshade, Kane. Finian's in for the slippery snowflake, and they're immediately going around it. Not getting caught. No problems at all. Several problems at all. Oh, they missed the opening. How in the world did you just phase out of existence, guys? The mind boggles. All right, C-Space has transcended his flesh and is making his bolly way down through the second combine harvester. Kane's there. Yeah, where are people going? Now all they lose? All right, Jubas, do not get frazzled and you'll be fine. Same for Kane the Hun. Oh, boy. I don't think that light is good for people. That wasn't a good noise. Well, no time for thinking about losers, only time for winners. If you can get through the last combine harvester, you're in it to win it. Looks really good for Bo. Oh, but Bo just couldn't quite get it in. They're pushing rope. Finian gets right in there. Victory for the Finn, or did someone come out a little bit faster? Oh, Christmas cheer is there for you, Finny. Kubros gets in, and Bo finally pushes the rope to the end. And everybody flings over to help Santa Claus down. That's a healthy-looking Christmas tree. Or this is a very, very small room. 5th. Not bad, says McCain. Anything in the wee Christmas stockings? No. Claire Alexander's there. Cruel Facia. Oh, it looked so good for you until it didn't it? In you go, Jake. You didn't win this time. Wonder if I've ever won my own race. Feel like I have. Finian is wasting no time. You better believe I see that in chat. They want EU5. Don't you want peace on Earth? Think about Kevin the Caveman getting scorched at the end there. All right. Cool, made it with a missed exit. EU5 for me, please. So only one person spread Christmas cheer. One person. I guess it's the new year, right? Christmas cheer has been and gone. Now it's time to bring that puppy that you bought for the family back to the store, realizing that you didn't want to clean up after its mess. No one's going to have it, you know. All right, putting this in my little book of grudges. Finn with 2 N's. Jan with 1 N. And they also want EU5. There's 2 copies of EU5. Factorio Space Age Blueprints, MechWarrior 5, and Farthest Frontiers. Like I said, I will be in contact either today or tomorrow. What I will likely do is give you a friend code on Steam. You add me there, and I will gift you over the game. Unless I find some other way of sending it over to you. Here's a link to the Pirate Bay. Because you're all Grinches. Absolute Grinches. Was only games from the tier list. Only games from the tier list. And hey, we can have another look at those, can't we? Yeah, get out of here. Marble Racing. Yeah, only games from here. So what was chosen? EU5, Factorio Space Age, Blueprints. Where did I put Mech Warriors? Surely it was good. Yeah, there's Mech Warriors. EU5 is the worst choice. Now they have to buy hundreds of dollars of DLC. Yeah, and I don't even get to profit off of that. Grim, absolutely grim. You're bad people, monsters, the lot of you, says Dark Young. He says he doesn't call everybody monsters. All right, that was good fun, really good fun. And who says the fun has to end? I don't. As I mentioned, Peak is my absolute game of the year. And since it is the start of the new year, why don't we start it right by ascending to the peak? I'm going to get that sorted out recht nu.